bitch. Stay true to yourself, you a savage. You don't never let these hoes see you down, bitch. TGIRL, you know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go from ATL. TGIRL, you know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go from ATL. TGIRL, you know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go from ATL. get on that. Get on that. Get on that.
For the summertime, got a new drop. Trapper slash rapper slash bad bitch. Snatcher, come here. Baby mama mad. She said you live like a bachelor, so what?
Even though you got, even though it's rough, take another shot. Getting the job done, try to overcome. Ain't no time to shine, ain't no time to shine. Even though you got, even though it's rough, take another shot. Getting the job done, try to overcome. Ain't no time to shine. She liked the sight of it, champagne. Champagne. Weed smoke up in the airways. I don't know if it's me that you need. You miss me here now, I will pick up your call. It's been falling, I've been swollen for weeks. The stars are pretty when the sky falls. She liked the sight of it. Weed smoke up in the. She liked the sight of it. Weed smoke up in the. She liked the sight of it, champagne. Weed smoke up in the airways. Champagne. Airways. She liked the sight of it, champagne. Weed smoke up in the airways.
Je viens.
Je veux juste danser.
Hey, I'm Alex. I just got back from a business trip overseas.
You seriously want them to become a state, Trump? I think it would be great. Goldberg, a hell of a big Democratic state. Trump, a lot of people say that, but I'm okay with it if it has to be, because I think, actually, until I came along, Goldberg, I'm no political genius, but I know which way they're going to vote. They have socialized medicine. Trump, until I came along, remember the conservative was leading by 25 points. So he's talking about Pierre Poilievre. Until I came along, remember that the conservative was leading by 25 points. Parker, I don't know who that is. It's true. Trump. Then I was disliked by enough of the Canadians that I've thrown the election into a close call, right? I don't even know if it's a close call. But the conservative, they didn't like Governor Trudeau too much. And I would call him Governor Trudeau, but he wasn't fond of that. What?
What are you doing?
I don't understand it. I don't think he's paying a lot of attention to it. I don't think he knows Pierre Poilievre's name. I don't think he remembers Mark Carney. I think he's honestly focused on Putin and Zelensky, like he was in Rome trying to solve world peace. I think he's dealing with, I really don't think he cares about Canada enough
Right.
to give it time. And his answer there, it didn't really make sense. It was like it was a heckle.
It was
And
just being a chaos goblin.
Yeah, and you know me, I'm as Trumpy as they come. We literally
know.
sell Make America. We sell Trump merch. We also sell Make Canada. I still love many things about him, but there was no point to these tweets. There is one thing in what he said there is if Canada were to join the United States and make the U.S. a Democrat country, if you think of it in the grand sweep of history, that would be irrelevant compared to the outcome, which is causing Canada to join the United States would be the grandest, manifest destiny of any president ever. But that's just not going to happen. There's no mechanism. There's no proposal. It's like he told a joke and he got a giggle. So he tells the joke again and again and again and again. And he gets a giggle every time. But he's right about one thing. He smashed Pierre Poilievre because he changed the dynamics.
To what end? To what end?
And I talked to an American commentator today who said, "Oh, you don't understand. This is 4D chess. This will cause Canada to break. Carney will win. That will cause Canada to break up, and that's Trump's agenda." No, I don't think this is that thoughtful.
No. I don't think so. And on the flip side, have you ever heard a Canadian politician of the left ever talk about Canada that way? That we're cherished, that we're beloved,
He
that
uses
we're
that word
that you would
cherished and
want?
beloved all the time. And you're so right. I do not recall a liberal politician or NDP ever saying that in
Never.
history. Hey, let me tell you, I see out of the corner of my eye someone who's become a real social media powerhouse during this campaign. I know he was known for his social media presence beforehand, but I think it really took off politically over the last 5 weeks. I have never met him before, but I follow him, and
Me
his work is
neither.
always being sent to me, so I'm really delighted he accepted our invitation to come on tonight. I'm talking about Mario Zelaya, who is active in many domains, TikTok, Twitter, etc., and he joins us now via Zoom. Hey, Mario, welcome to the program. Great to meet you.
Likewise, Ezra. Thanks a lot for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Well, tell us a little bit about yourself. I see you everywhere, and everyone sends me. You say you got to check this out. You got to see this guy. Give us a little bit of a background for those who are not quite as familiar with you as we should be. Who are you? Where did you come from? And what made you? I know you call yourself a liberal fact checker. I get a real kick out of that. So tell me how you decided to deploy your wit and wisdom in this campaign.
Yeah, honestly, Ezra, I've been doing it only on TikTok for over a year. So a lot of people recognize me as, the TikTok guy. And I only recently, 'cause I don't have much time. Like I own a lot of different businesses in Canada and the US. And I'm very busy. And so I only do this when I have free time. And obviously, I've been putting a lot more time into it ever since the election happened. But it was only recent, about I think my account on X is maybe 5, 6 months old.
Hmm.
One of my social media guys on my team is like, let me just post all your old stuff. I'll do it on Instagram as well. And let's get it going. And he's like, just you post as you normally do on TikTok, and I'll post it for you. And I said, yeah, if you could, that'd be awesome. I'm like, I don't have any time. And so those accounts are brand new, and I think in the past 3 months, I think I'm at over 100 something million views, just on those two new accounts. And my only regret is not doing it sooner, to be
Hmm.
honest. And yeah, the big joke is like I will fact check liberals whenever possible. I mean, and I got to be honest, Ezra. I think in terms of like depth of knowledge and breadth of knowledge of politics, especially historically, I don't come anywhere near close to you. Like, I mean, I see you talking about a lot of stuff, and I'm nowhere. I would say that my knowledge is really, my history is probably within like a 4 or 5 year time frame, and I
What?
think within that time frame, I have quite a bit.
Well, I appreciate your flattering words, but the ability to connect, I think
Yeah.
authenticity is the number one thing. Are you real? Are you speaking honestly? People can detect BS a mile away, especially Gen Z. I mean, young people
Yeah.
have a BS detector. And so I mean, you look like you're probably in your 30s or 40s, but I think you've got that youthful vibe, and TikTok itself has that. So I think I mean, you probably have access to your stats. Are your viewers? I guess TikTok's a younger medium. What's the average age of your viewers? What's the gender breakdown?
Honestly, I'll pull it up now, but it is, at last I remember seeing, it's diverse. Like
Yeah.
I have a lot of the older generation. I think I remember briefly being something like maybe 60% males, 40% females. So it's not quite the 50-50 split, but it's close. Originally, it definitely was a younger audience, but I think the adoption of TikTok has grown so substantially that it actually has changed over time. I'm seeing if I can pull it up so I'm not making anything up. But yeah, I mean, it's been quite it's been very kind of shocking. I mean, I went to Pierre's rally in Oakville on Sunday, and was that yesterday? I'm losing track of time.
Yeah, it's
So
a
I
blur,
went to
isn't
his
it?
it really is. Sorry. Yeah. So I was at his rally yesterday, and that's the first rally I've ever attended. I must have taken about 300 selfies with
Oh boy,
people,
that's a
and
fun feeling. And you know what? That's in that in my mind. That's a kind of social or moral payment. Like you don't get a lot of dough working as an independent citizen journalist, but when you get that kind of love, and it is love because people feel like the media
yes,
has been against them. So when they
yes,
bump into the odd citizen, I call you a citizen journalist. I call myself a citizen journalist. Sheila too. We didn't go to journalism school. And the fancy pants sometimes look down their nose at us. That's what happened when we went to the leaders' debates. So I think it's a kind of validation and vindication where severely normal people say, hey, what you're doing, I don't just like it, I love it. Tell me the last time someone went up to Rosemary Barton and said, I love what you're doing. Come here, give me a hug. I don't think that happens because I don't think people love them because I don't think people actually trust them or believe them.
yeah. I mean, I agree. I just I mean, I think I think I introduced myself to a few of the MPs that were there that I had never met before. I know maybe one there didn't know who I was, and I think they became very curious when they saw everyone just kind of wanting to take pictures, and that's what the majority of my time was there. Is there's at one point maybe a 30, 40 person lineup just to take pictures. And honestly, to your point, and I think part of what makes my account potentially, and maybe even my content resonates with more people is I actually turn down sponsorship. Like I make zero money, and I actually go out of my way to say no. And I've been
Really?
offered significant, yeah, I've been offered significant sums of money, and I say no. I don't need the money. I don't care for it. My whole thing is I do it for change, and I think there's a certain rawness to it, and I think people really appreciate it. The fact that I will not sell you anything. I'm not here to make any money off of this. I literally, like the most money I've actually made on my content is only because X allows you to get paid,
Right.
and that's it.
Right.
I think I'm at maybe like $1,500, like
Isn't
and
that
and
great?
and and since January, I was actually pulling it up. I think I'm at 250 million views
Oh my
across
gosh,
the three
Holy.
that's
platforms.
amazing. Well, Sheila, go ahead. I know that you've probably got some questions or thoughts for Mario.
I do. You said, you haven't really been politically engaged up until the last 4 or 5 years. What changed? What made you decide to put quite literally your face out there to advocate for change for Canadians?
Yeah, and honestly, I gotta be honest, I was never interested in politics, like at all. I thought it just was one of those things and I don't care. And as I got, obviously, as I got older, I had my kids, I'm starting to see like, oh wow, these policies don't make sense. But for me, the big turning point was COVID. The fact that, I have this, I founded a company called Bad Axe Throwing, and that's one of the companies that I own. And during COVID, we were locked down longer than any other business, not just in Canada, but also
Now, Just for Men Mustache and Beard has keratin. Score your strongest, fullest, thickest looking beard ever.
them. It just went under trampoline parks. You just couldn't go to any of them because, the whole thing was you got to stay away from people, period. You can't touch what other people touch. And it destroyed us because, Canada, on one hand, they said, hey, we're going to help you. I have this massive operations in Canada, and they said, here's a $40,000 loan. And if you pay it, on time, we're going to forgive, sorry, it's 60,000. And if you pay it on time, we're going to give you 20,000 for free. The US, similar, slightly bigger operations, they literally said, hey, Mario, here's $1 million. And it's a grant because of how hard you were hit and because, we forced you to lock down. It's such a huge difference. And it was just that really opened up my eyes to the difference in policies that take place in both different countries. And they very well knew this, like that they knew how badly we were locked down and that there's businesses that had been shut down for a year. I still had my overhead. I still had, my utility bill. I still have my insurance. You can't leave these places empty. They made you go to these locations like at least once a week. So I'm still paying my staff. And from then on, I was like, this is just pure tyranny and nothing makes sense. And that really kind of shifted my mindset of, I really need to start paying attention to stuff because it really affects me more than I think. And that's when it started kind of just snowballing more and more, especially as I
to you through the evening as well. Appreciate it. Let's move all the way over to the West Coast now. Marita von
You know what?
You are watching now. It is streaming on CBC Gem. That's where you can find that. When we come back, we will check in with some other familiar faces who have pretty direct insight into what these kinds of nights can bring. But first, we spoke with Canadians right across the country to ask them what issues matter to you in this election.
Just a future for my kids. I got 3 young daughters. I want them to have a future.
People either got to pay rent or can't eat. It's one or the other, and it's a big problem.
We both work in healthcare, so that's something that's really on the top of our minds.
National unity for the country. I think, the interprovincial trade issues that are going on, this is the kind of thing that we need to tackle.
wrap it up there because we've got a lot of things we've got to
Hey guys, what can I get started for you today?
Bananas away, regular?
And I'll have the rip berry, but
they've been pro forma. Oh yes, all this anti-Semitism is very bad, and so is Islamophobia. Like that, you'll rarely hear a liberal use the word anti-Semitism without immediately adding in. But Islamophobia is not anything like the problem right now that anti-Semitism is, and everybody knows that.
Yeah, we're not seeing riots in the street.
No, you for sure not. And you know, Mark Carney has been very equivocal on this issue. He did not. He, of course, he wasn't prime minister at the time or running to be, but on October 7th, he didn't say anything on social media. He didn't mention October 7th. He kind of, I think, almost had to be goaded into finally making remarks about, oh, this, you know, all this anti-Semitism, it has to stop. Well, that's one of those pro forma statements that you make, but it doesn't. Whereas on the other hand, Pierre Poilievre has been front and center on this issue for quite some time, and he's been very specific in a very detailed way what he plans to do to combat anti-Semitism. He has spoken at synagogues. He's made it very clear that this is a priority for him. The contrast could not be more explicit. So if you are the kind of person for whom anti-Semitism is so frightening that it becomes your primary issue, as I have to confess it has for me, then there's no contest. You know, you really. If you're more afraid of Donald Trump than you are of Hamas, then okay, fine. Then you'll be thinking.
Well, it'll be very interesting to see what the turnout is from the Jewish community in Mount Royal.
Yeah, but it's interesting also because the Mount Royal, if the Conservative got in there, that might be the only Conservative riding in Montreal, and that would be, I think that for Pierre Poilievre, that would be wonderful to have a Conservative riding to make inroads.
Wow. Well, time will tell here. Okay. And you mentioned the Trump issue. You know, bad orange-haired man, right? You know, how big of an issue has that been in Montreal and in Quebec? That whole tariff issue and the sovereignty issue, has that been affecting the Bloc in one sense as well?
Yes. In fact, I think the Bloc would have done. I mean, they were headed for very comfortable. You know, results in Quebec until the Trump thing came up. And then all of a sudden, of course, the Bloc is still very well represented outside of Montreal. But I think everybody got a little nervous, more than a little nervous, that Quebec would find itself isolated and threatened and all this talk about the 51st state and all that. Definitely Quebecers got spooked, and they suddenly, federalism didn't look so bad because that would be their protection against getting steamrollered by Trump. But since the worst fears have receded, you know, at the beginning it seemed like we were in for a lot worse than is actually going to happen. I think some of those fears have receded, and I think the Bloc has been able to recoup some of its usual popularity. So really, it is a horse race. We'll see.
What are some of the other key issues that you're seeing, again, in Montreal? I mean, of course, there's all kinds of things, affordability, housing, whatever it might be. Is there anything that pops to the top of your mind saying, this is what I'm hearing the most?
Well, in Montreal, it depends if you're in the Anglophone community where I'm very much situated. It's the same. You hear the same kind of fears and the same kind of talk that you do in Ontario and everywhere else. In that sense, the Anglophone community, which is to say a large part of the business community, and definitely very much in lockstep with what I hear from my friends in Ontario and everything else. And
Okay. All
and
right.
that's, yeah.
Well, I really appreciate you taking the time just to sharing a little bit of insight as to what's happening in Quebec and specifically in Montreal. We'll see if there's a breakthrough and they can get a seat in there in Mount Royal or somewhere else perhaps as well. Barbara Kay, thanks so much for your time today.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me, Paul.
All right. Merit TV Canada, the election night coverage continues. Back to you, David.
Right on. Thank you, Paul. Great to hear all the thoughts, Barbara. Hey, just stick with us, you guys. We're about 40 minutes away from the first polls that are closing over in Atlantic Canada. So we'll get a little bit of insight at that point as to how things are leaning. Did the Conservatives carry enough momentum in Atlantic Canada? So 40 minutes, we'll be bringing to you some live results as to what's happening over there in Atlantic Canada. Barbara had some great thoughts. Love hearing from her. David, I'm going to throw to you a question because this is from the YouTube audience. For all those people watching on YouTube, you got questions, let us know. Thank you for liking. Hit the thumbs up right now. Just give us a thumbs up.
Mainstream have on.
Yes. Well, as a conservative, I feel like the government is not spending enough money and our taxes are too low. That's me being a CBC conservative.
So I would say, to answer it, it's been a lot of fun on this side. We've it was funny. We got up at bright and early this morning, but like, you know, the first one, it was a mad scramble. It was still a mad scramble. This guy was messing around with things like 2 seconds before. He's like, 2 seconds? Got 2 seconds? I'm like, we got 2 seconds, dude.
And you're wasting my time telling me.
Yeah. That's how we're doing on this side. I think we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's...
Go ahead, Goose.
Oh, I was just going to say it's been kind of interesting for me because it's been a very busy couple weeks for me leading up to this. And so, yeah, it's, when your tank is like totally empty and you're right on the verge of getting that rigor's dementia where you've been working so much for so long that you just get goofy. We're going to hit that in like 3 hours. I'm not making any promises after that. I'll be silly.
Tuesday's on like his 4th or 5th Red Bull at this point. He gave me one. And I'm like, I don't
4th.
I don't even need one.
And a giant coffee as well.
You got to get off those. Those are bad.
I basically, this is the only time I ever have them.
I know I was popping in and out, and I really like your quick turnover of people, like to get different voices and different faces. Like it's a get them in, get them out. It's as opposed to having the same 5 panelists speak for 2 or 3 hours. Like you say, it gets dull. I've been enjoying the quick in and out of a lot of different people with different voices, different looks, different perspectives. So
well, one of the things, just I guess a final thought on this, unless we want to we got 9 minutes left. I want to get predictions, but one of the things I've learned from putting on shows is, especially on stage, is cadence of people. Right? We just had the ladies in, and they bring a different vibe, a different energy compared to the 3 of you and the next group and the next group. There's just different flows to it, even if. And I'll shout out to Vesper because he is coming on.
Yeah.
Even if it seems negative, to me. The thing about it is it's different perspectives. One of the comments on X was something along the lines of, why would I want to listen to an echo chamber? I'm like, although we have a lot of conservative minded people on, we're getting people from, Halifax to BC and everywhere in between coming on this thing with different backgrounds, different, and it's different views of the same problem. So like, to me, I don't feel like it's that big of an echo chamber. I could be wrong too. You've been sitting here listening the entire day too.
Well, I think people are roughly along the same lines. And yeah, there has been a little bit of doom and gloom. And I think the thing that people have kind of missed so far, maybe, is that with all due respect to everybody else who's been on, is that there's no downside to this election. You've got, all right, like for me, basically, if the Liberals get in, my business is going to probably close in a couple of years. But the separatist sentiment is going to go through the roof, and I don't think there will ever be a better chance to actually solidify our journey through history than after today. So they're like, okay, well, you know what? I mean, on the one hand, this will happen, but when one door closes, another opens, and I get the fact that that's just a goofy, oversimplified idiot's phrase, But in this case, there is no downside. If the NDP somehow managed to come back from the brink and take a majority, we're like, okay, well, this is great. We're going to be done in 6 months, right? There's no bad way that this election plays out.
Yeah, I could see that. You know, it's fun watching. For me, I think tomorrow I'm ready for the provincial fallout. And Ken, you've got your pulse on SK really, really well as to what that'll look like. But what's the provincial fallout? Again, realistically, I think it's Carney or Pierre that'll win. But how do the two premiers react? And then what do they do, if anything? To me, that's the one I'm very curious about.
You're asking me, Tarek, about Saskatchewan?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to know Saskatchewan first.
Oh, I don't know. Like I don't mean to be. I used to be a very optimistic person, and politically, I'm not very optimistic anymore. Is when you've knocked on doors and you've talked to a lot of people. I think there's a lot of what's the word I'm looking. I'm expecting within 24 hours. This will change from the water cooler talk. Is the election by tomorrow at this time? It'll be all back to the NHL games and people will forget what it's about, and it's kind of gone. So I don't see a lot of fire in the belly, if you will, from the average person in Saskatchewan or Alberta, for maybe Canada for that matter. You know, and so to talk about independence and these sorts of things, I mean, it sounds nice, but you got to have a lot of people pushing.
Yeah.
And I just don't see it. I think it's that good times make weak people, right? You know, and I kind of think that's where we're at. And so now it will put those political premiers in a bit of a pickle, as you say, Tarek, because you know it's very polarized. You know, like if you're Alberta or Saskatchewan, so it'll be interesting to see. It'll put them in a bit of a. They're probably going to do their polling and see which horse they should ride. I guess for me, Tarek, I'm wondering at what point, you know, I'm almost like not disengaging a little bit, but more so getting ready, I guess you could say. I'm worrying about capital and people flight to other areas.
Yep.
You know, like capital and talent leaving for lower taxing, higher rewarding areas, you know, with less regulations is
And
kind of what
that's
I'm wondering.
literally the entire rest of the planet, save North Korea.
And that's what Too's just said, right? So 100%. I think you'll see. I mean, there's a lot of capital right now on pause in Alberta, and how that will change by tomorrow will be very interesting. You know, there's a very big difference between political performance and actual delivery of results in Alberta and Saskatchewan provincially. I think Scott Moe and Premier Smith's political performance is going to be outstanding come tomorrow if the Liberals win. Their delivery, though, so delivery of actual results will be, again, minimum. Next week is Danielle Smith's 2-year election anniversary, May 5th. And
that one's wood, isn't it?
Sorry?
2 years is wood?
2 years, yeah. There you go. And I see what you did there. And we still don't have a provincial police force. We still don't have a provincial pension plan. And people are like, what the federal government does. We should get those regardless of who sits in Ottawa. So I'm very curious as to what happens here provincially. And I know you're coming up on time here. So Corey gave a prediction that I'm very much matched with, but I'm going to add to. So it's either going to be a Lib majority or a Lib minority. And if the minority is held by the Bloc, that's actually a worse result because it's going to be an all-out QC, what they want, what they get. I would almost want for a Lib win outright.
It's a fire, baby. You wanna grind, baby. Take your time with it, baby. I don't mind with it. It's a fire, baby. You wanna grind, baby. Take your time with it, baby. I don't mind with it, baby. I don't mind with it, baby. I don't mind with it, baby. I don't, baby. I don't, baby. I don't mind with it. Kia, movement that inspires.
The fact that this
I think about it every night and day. I'm addicted, wanna jump inside your love. I wouldn't wanna have it any other way. I'm addicted and I just can't get enough. I think about it every night and day. I'm addicted, wanna jump inside your love. I wouldn't wanna have it any other way. I'm addicted and I just can't get enough.
I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Honey got a sexy on steaming. She give my hotness a new meaning. Perfection, mommy, you gleaming. Inception, you got a brother dreaming, dreaming. Damn, baby, I'm fiending. I'm trying to holler at you, I'm screaming. Let me love you down this evening.
Love it, yeah, you know you are my demon.
Girl, we can form a team and I could be the king, you could be the queen. And my mind's dirty and it don't need cleaning.
I love you long time, so you know the meaning.
Oh, baby, I can't come down, so please come help me out. You got me feeling high and I can't step off the cloud. And I just can't get enough.
I think about it every night and day. I'm addicted, wanna jump inside your love. I wouldn't wanna have it any other way. I'm addicted and I just can't get enough.
I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Honey got me running like I'm Flojo. Signed the name on my heart with an XO. Love so sweet, got me vexed though. I wanna wish you right back like presto, yes. Meantime, I'm waiting for the next time. She come around for a toast to the best time. We LOL back and forth on the text line. She got me fishing for a love, I confess. Something about a smile and a combo. Got me high and I ain't coming down, yo. My heart's pumping out louder than electro. She got me feeling like this. Oh, baby, I can't come down, so please come help me out. You got me feeling high and I can't step out.
Hey, babe, what would you like to hear again? See, red apple is nice, but not every apple is red.
caricatures of political leaders themselves, right? What are you going to...
Envision the Liberals were literally written off at that point. They entered into this campaign the favorite, and they finished in a neck-and-neck race for the popular vote with the Conservatives. It's very competitive. It's very tight. I have no idea what's going to happen, so I'm very keenly watching what does.
And that's what makes these nights so fun, is because we don't know the conclusion. We are stationed, of course, at all the main party headquarters tonight. Let's start with senior political correspondent Mike LeCouture with the Liberals in Ottawa. So, Mike, what's the sense where you are right now?
First result. Yeah, right now, cautious optimism at this point, Omar, and we are at the home of the Ottawa Charge from the PWHL. Hockey has been weaved as a theme throughout this campaign from Mark Carney. He has co-opted that phrase of elbows up, and during a lot of his stump speeches has told people that this is like the 7th game of the Stanley Cup Finals, and now that there are no more minutes left in it, he said he wanted everyone to put all that they could and leave it all on the ice. The question is, though, will the Liberals eke out, or will it be a blowout? They think that they can win in a number of ridings, and as I said, a number of those Liberals that I've been speaking to say that they are confident going into this, but at the same time, they're just not sure. So they're going to continue to watch broadcasts like ours and watch the polls as they come in, Omar.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And actually, we've got some first results coming in from central Newfoundland right now.
Yeah, we do. Clifford Small, the Conservative incumbent in central Newfoundland, and a very, early note of caution, just one poll reporting here, but does definitely hold the lead here. This is a riding that we will be watching as more polls start reporting, just because it is one that the Liberals are wondering if they can flip. And obviously, if they do, it's an early indication that the polls, at least in Atlantic Canada, were correct. But this is right now as early as it possibly gets. While we pay attention to more polls coming in, let's swing over to the Conservatives. Abigail Beeman is also in Ottawa tonight, just a few blocks down from where Mike was with the Liberals. Abigail, what are your conversations like with Conservatives? What do they think their prospects are for tonight?
Some of those conversations are really all over the map, and I think that suggests that a lot of people believe it's going to be a tight race. So I've had Conservatives tell me everything from a Conservative minority win to a Liberal minority win to on the fence between a Liberal minority and Liberal majority. And the real takeaway here is that everybody is going to be watching so closely, and many Conservatives believe too close to confidently make a prediction at this point. As you can see behind me, I just heard my first applause there of the night, but not many people in this room right now. There will be some supporters who are let in later, a little on the disorganized side. The times were different. Media were walking around with lanyards with no identifiable tags on them because they just didn't have them ready yet. So we'll see how this evening plays out in terms of what kind of a celebration or event unfolds behind me here. But right now, all of the Conservatives that I'm talking to are just watching closely and especially eager for those first results to come in.
All right, thanks so much, Abigail. Abigail Beeman for us at Conservative headquarters. Very interesting. Often behind the scenes on campaigns, you have a sense before the public does about how it's going and how it will turn out. Both Abigail and Mike pointing to the fact that even behind the scenes, no one's really certain.
That's an interesting point. Judy Trinh is with the NDP tonight in Burnaby, which is a suburb of Vancouver. And Judy, before we go on, we have to acknowledge the horrific attack that has happened in Vancouver. 11 people murdered. And so as the nation is watching the results of this election tonight, at the same time, people, especially in that city, are experiencing a surge of grief and an incident really that has impacted the final hours and days of this campaign.
That's right, Omar. What I can tell you is that there is a challenge. NDP campaigners say that they are facing a challenge in terms of getting people out to the polls to vote. Some people are grieving. As you mentioned, this is a time of adversity for this community, and it is also a time of adversity for the NDP as they campaign. Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, his own seat here in Burnaby Central is at risk. That's because of redistricting. When the boundaries were redrawn for this election, he actually lost areas where there were lots of NDP supporters, and then the boundaries engulfed some areas which were mainly Liberal supporters. So he is in a neck-and-neck race, and I can tell you that if he loses his own seat, he will face immense pressure to step down. But let's not kid ourselves. The NDP are aware that there is no way they are going to match the 24 seats they had at the dissolution of Parliament. Parliament. What they're hoping to do is cling on to 12 seats so they remain an official party in Parliament.
All right, Judy, thank you. And that is an astounding stat. I mean, half of the NDP's seats were in British Columbia. It's a tight three-way race in that province, and that is the reason we're likely going to be up quite late. But this province pivotal for the future of NDP leader Jagmeet Singh.
Very much so. And as you say, one of the reasons we're going to wait and see what happens in British Columbia, because his future in the parties is definitely at stake with incumbency in that province. Speaking of the future of a party that has a particular interest in a particular province, let's move over to Montreal, where Jeremy Charron is with the Bloc Québécois. Jeremy, an interesting final 10 days for the Bloc where they pivoted their message. They said the leader said a couple controversial things. What is your sense of how they think they will fare tonight?
Yeah, Vashi, look, I think the Bloc Québécois is well aware that they're coming into this election night expecting to lose some seats. The big question is how many will they lose? To your point, they struggled at points throughout this campaign, especially early on. Leader Yves-François Blanchet struggling as a Quebec nationalist party in an election where the big ballot box question has been Donald Trump, the trade war, and the threat to this country, as Canadians feel more patriotic than ever. That has been a big challenge for Yves-François Blanchet. But what we've seen kind of change over the last couple weeks of their campaign, really post-debate, is a shift in messaging, as you've touched on. Yves-François Blanchet really changed his approach, started to talk over the last couple of weeks how he believes that Mark Carney and the Liberals will form government, and that it is now safe for Quebec voters to return to the Bloc and send Bloc MPs to Ottawa. His pitch to voters here in this province has been that now that they believe that they are going to see a Liberal government, if they want to see the priorities of this province, of the province of Quebec, kind of front and center in Ottawa, they need to ensure they're sending Bloc MPs back to the nation's capital. So that has been his pitch, and it seems to have worked. We've seen a tightening in terms of the race here in Quebec. The big question, though, how many seats can the Bloc hold on to, or how many do they lose, and how many can the Liberals pick up? Because it could be a determining factor in the outcome of this election, especially whether we see a majority or a minority government. Omar and Vashi.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. And Jeremy has touched on something very critical there, and a major dominant storyline, I think, over the next few hours. What happens in Quebec? We've seen a Liberal surge coming at the expense of the Bloc, and so we'll see what that final tally is at the end of tonight. But over the next course of this evening, we'll be telling the regional stories of this election. We're thrilled to be joined by 6 of our CTV News anchors from across the country, keeping a close watch of the developing story in their part of Canada. Let's begin with CTV's Todd Battis in Halifax. And Todd, 32 seats up for grabs in Atlantic Canada. What is your sense? What are you seeing?
Omar, Atlantic Canada always gives the country the first glimpse of what happens on these election nights. This was Fortress Liberal, and it was very red throughout the past few years until the popularity of Justin Trudeau began to decline. And then in the fall, you saw the Conservatives with a 20-plus point lead in the polls. Well, that basically flipped when Donald Trump came out and started talking about sovereignty and tariffs. Justin Trudeau stepped down, of course. Mark Carney entered the race, and the numbers, the fortunes of the Liberals went way up. In this region, it has since tightened. There are going to be a few ridings really worth watching. And the first one is one that you mentioned just a few minutes ago, Central Newfoundland, where Clifford Smalls, the Conservative, hopes to hold on. If the Liberals can make inroads there, that could be foretelling of what's coming this evening. Also, Central Nova. This is the riding of Sean Fraser. Of course, he was a Minister of Immigration and Housing as well. He stepped down before Mr. Trudeau resigned, and he's in a traditionally conservative riding. So we'll have to be watching that one very closely, and we'll see how that plays out through the night. Now, for the look of how things are shaping up in Quebec, I hand it over to my colleague Matsumi Takahashi.
And greetings from Montreal. It's been said that a party needs Ontario to win a government, and then Quebec gets to say whether that government is going to be a minority or a majority. Well, we'll see if that holds tonight. The story of Quebec tonight, it's mostly going to come from the regions. It's outside the major city centers where a lot of the Quebecers were deciding whether they were going to vote with their heads or with their hearts. They're asking how much of a threat is Donald Trump. The seats that are in play are those held by the Bloc. We'll be watching Trois-Rivières. It's a real three-way race there. The Liberals haven't won a seat there since 1980, and if the Liberals can take that, could be a good indicator of what's to come. There's Abitibi Bay James in northern Quebec, where the Liberals have a well-known candidate in the area. Mandy Galmasti is the first female Quebec Cree Grand Chief and then in La Prairie, south of Montreal, the Liberal candidate there, also well-known, Jacques Ramsey. He's a coroner who led an inquiry into COVID deaths. We'll see how that plays out. And we will head over to Ottawa now and Patricia Bull. Patricia.
Matsumi, thank you. And what we are talking about here in the Capital Region tonight is what you are all talking about across the country, or who. Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre, of course, the two front runners, both running in Ottawa ridings, and in both cases, in ridings that their parties held at the end of this parliament, it wouldn't be a surprise if either leader were to lose tonight. Now, for Mark Carney's riding of Nepean, he needs a seat, of course, and the opportunity came up in what has been a Liberal stronghold the past several years. Chandra Arya holding that seat since 2015. You may know his name. Arya had been running for the Liberal leadership against Mark Carney before the party removed him from the race, eventually revoking his nomination. Now, next door in Carleton, final results from Poilievre's riding might take a while. That Carleton riding has the longest ballot in the country with 91 candidates in there. That total ties an all-time record for longest ballot in the country's history, making it very interesting. So almost without a doubt, the next Prime Minister will represent an Ottawa riding for the first time in over 100 years. And interestingly, the Nepean riding, where Carney is running, Poilievre's Carleton riding, are right beside one another, sharing a border, making for some near misses along the campaign trail, which was an interesting little side story here in the Ottawa area. We want to head over to Toronto now, and Michelle Dubé. Michelle.
Hi, Patricia. Yes, hello from TO. The Greater Toronto Area is a key battleground. We know this because we've seen the leaders spend a lot of time here, but also historically, the party that dominates in the Greater Toronto Area tends to form government. And if the Conservatives want to win this thing tonight, they are going to have to flip some seats here, but also maintain the handful of seats that they have. I want to turn your attention to Bowmanville, Oshawa North. This was a former leader, Erin O'Toole's riding. It stayed blue in a by-election, Jamil Giovanni winning it. He's friends with J.D. Vance. But in this part of the country, there's the GM plant. Manufacturing jobs are important, and it's very possible that voters might be attracted to Carney and the Liberal message that he's the best person to stand up to Trump. Over in Oshawa, this is one of those ridings where there is no incumbent. MP Colin Carey not seeking re-election, so it's really seen as a seat that is up for grabs. And over the course of the years, we've seen it be blue, red, we've seen it be orange. So really, in the GTA, it is vote rich, and it is seen as pivotal for the parties to take tonight. Over to you, Tara Nelson in Calgary.
Thanks, Michelle. You know, Heather mentioned a few minutes ago that we've had a bit of a population boom in Alberta. We've had a population explosion, 200,000 new residents last year, 173,000 residents the year before. Where are they all coming from? Well, about 1 in 4 of them are coming from other provinces like Ontario and BC. So Elections Canada had to do a lot of redistributing about the ridings, and Alberta does have 3 new ridings. So the first one that we want to look at is Calgary-McKnight. This is where George Chahal is running tonight. He is Calgary's only Liberal MP. He won last time in Skyview, but because of the redistribution, most of Skyview is now in McKnight, so that's why he's running there instead. This northwest part of the town, though, it typically is a real fight between the Conservatives and the Liberals every election. Edmonton Southeast is the next one that we want to look at. This is a new riding there as well, so no incumbent, but the Liberals are running a star candidate there, and it would be the mayor, Amarjeet Sohi. This is a riding generally that same general area that he won in 2015 when he ran the first time for Justin Trudeau and later became a cabinet minister. And then the third riding that's new in Edmonton is Edmonton Northwest. That's in the exact opposite corner of town. This is a riding that used to include more rural areas and bedroom communities like Spruce Grove and St. Albert. All of Edmonton's 9 ridings actually have been redistributed so that they all fall within the city limits now. None of them include any bedroom communities. This side of town does tend to vote a little more conservative. The Conservative that is running there, Billy Morin, actually is the former chief of the First Nation that this riding borders on, so he's going to have a lot of name recognition. So 37 ridings in Alberta this time instead of 34 that we're keeping an eye on. Let's go to Mi Zhang Li in Vancouver.
Thanks, Tara. In about 2 hours and 40 minutes, polls will close in BC. Now, this province is the most competitive in the country with plenty of 2- and 3-way races. At dissolution, the Liberals had 14 seats, Conservatives 14, NDP 12, Greens 1. But it's expected there will be less orange this time around if the polls are correct. Jagmeet Singh could even lose his riding of Burnaby Central, partly because of how the boundaries have been redrawn. He has spent a lot of time campaigning in BC, including this weekend. We'll see what happens there in Burnaby Central. Liberals did well in Metro Vancouver last election. That's why Mark Carney asked former Vancouver Mayor Gregor Robertson to run in Vancouver Fraserview. Now, all eyes also on Vancouver Island. 6 out of 7 ridings there are NDP. The Conservatives hoping to flip North Island, Powell River to blue with controversial candidate Aaron Gunn. He's been under fire for his views on residential schools. Plenty of key races in BC tonight in this high-stakes election. So if you haven't voted yet in BC, there is still time. Vashi?
Thanks so much, Mi-Jung. As Mi-Jung mentions, 2 hours and 40 minutes left in BC. Just 10 minutes until polls close in PEI, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. So we anticipate some more results will start coming in pretty soon. I want to turn to Adrian Gabriel and Rachel Aiello, who are monitoring developments from our breaking news center this evening. I think you're already tracking something, if I'm not mistaken.
To our breaking news center here.
Yeah, so tonight, Adrian and I are going to be monitoring breaking news stories, social media, developments from polling places, and more. We already have our first emerging storyline of the evening. Adrian?
Yeah, I'm going to take you here inside to our screen. Take a look at this. This is a blaze earlier today at a polling center in Windsor, Ontario. People are inside casting their ballots. Fire breaks out. Now, we can tell you that fire investigators are still looking into the cause of the blaze. Thankfully, everyone was safely evacuated. The polling center has been moved to nearby St. Joseph's Catholic High School, and that polling center will close as scheduled. Rachel, I know that you're keeping an eye on something else too.
Yeah, so Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre's riding, and we are watching that one because the advance ballots in that riding started being counted hours ago. Now, that is because there is 91 candidates on this ballot. So you can imagine it is about 3 feet long. Elections Canada estimates it's going to take about 3 times as long to count those ballots. So that is partly because voters in this riding turned out in advance polls in big numbers, around 44,000 advance ballots cast. And so that is why Elections Canada has kind of made some adjustments to allow that count to happen in a more timely manner. So they're allowing that 6 hours before polls close to get that count going, and they have more workers on hand to make sure we're getting those results, Adrian, as soon as we can.
91 individuals on a single ballot. They're going to need some origami skills to fold and unfold those ballots. As Rachel mentioned, they're going to need a little bit of extra time. We're going to keep an eye on all breaking and developing stories here tonight. Of course, you can also go to ctvnews.ca. We'll send it back.
All right, Adrian, Rachel, thanks so much. And before we move on, we are getting some more results from the eastern part of the country. Let's take a look right now at Avalon. Again, these are still very, very preliminary results. 1 out of 203 polls reporting in Avalon. And you can see the Liberal candidate, Paul Connors, has a 25-vote lead over the Conservative Steve Kent.
Interesting riding there because that's Ken McDonald, one of the most outspoken initial MPs against Justin Trudeau, who exited, said he wasn't going to run. His assistant, executive assistant, is the Liberal candidate in that riding. In Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, again, just the first poll reporting Anthony Germain, a former CBC anchor there, just a few votes behind Jonathan Rowe, the Conservative candidate, but we are incredibly early.
And in Labrador, the Liberal, Philip Earle, has a 28-vote lead over the Conservative Ella Wallace. And, you know, we've gone, Vashi, 23 minutes without uttering the name Donald Trump, which is remarkable.
It's a miracle.
It is
an
a miracle.
election day miracle.
Considering, you know, some breaking news we got early this morning, the fact that Donald Trump tweeted today and suggested that, you know, Canadians vote for him, even though this is a Canadian election for Canadians and by Canadians. So
yeah, it tracks. It tracks, basically, with the entirety of the last 8 weeks.
Exactly. And we're talking about Atlantic Canada. St. John, by the way, is the most tariff-exposed city in all of Canada. The results are obviously at the forefront of our coverage tonight. You'll see those numbers updating on the side and at the bottom of your screen all night. And CTV's John Woodward is live at our decision desk with how all those pivotal calls are made. And John, it is such a science. I don't know how your team does it, but they nail it every time.
Thanks, Omar. It is a big job, but we got a great team to do it. We're already seeing the results come in from some ridings in Newfoundland. And the graphics that you're seeing on the screen that come up with those results, they're coming from us. And that's going to spread out across the country as the vote tallies roll in. We're using our software here to sift through those results to see the patterns, who's ahead, who's behind, what's changing, and to better understand where those ridings are going and to make sure you're updated on where the race is at any given time. When our decision desk uses statistical models and knowledge of the riding to make a call on any given riding, we'll send those graphics to you. And when the election itself is called, we'll send those graphics to you as well so that you're updated about who's going to control Parliament after this election. Omar,
that is a big question, John. Thank you again. Polls have closed in Newfoundland, and in just about 5 minutes time, polls closing in PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. That's just a glimpse of what you can expect tonight. Now off we go. Our first thoughts from our expert guests in just moments. You're watching CTV Election 2025. To Liberal headquarters in Ottawa, where our Mike Lecouture has a special guest.
Yeah, I do, Vashti Sachet-Mera, the president of the Liberal Party of Canada. Thanks so much for joining us. First question for you, how do you feel that today is going, and especially your Get Out the Vote team? How do you think that is going to play tonight?
First of all, Mike, it's great to be here. We're cautiously optimistic, very happy with the teams working hard across the country. Our volunteers have been doing a phenomenal job. We're very happy with our candidates and our leader. Everybody's putting in a huge amount of effort, and we couldn't be happier with everyone doing everything that they're doing.
When you consider where you are right now, how much did a change in leadership change your party's fortunes?
So the party's been working for years towards a campaign. It's always getting ready, and certainly I think the message from the leader over the last number of months has really resonated with Canadians. We've felt it at the door. Our candidates heard about it. Our volunteers have heard about it as they've been knocking on doors. It's been important. Canadians have been engaged in this campaign. It's a very exciting time.
But could you have imagined back in December where the party was to where it is now?
Well, listen, no campaign is won or lost till the last vote is counted. We're working hard right now. We're at each door across the country from coast to coast to coast. I've seen some of the candidates firsthand, the amount of effort that they're putting in right now, the long volunteers hours starting at 9 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock at night. It's been incredible. It's been heartwarming, and I'm so proud of all of them.
But do you have that number of volunteers because you guys changed leaders? Because this conversation would have been a lot different if you did not have this leader here, because we know where opinion polls were with former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
So this has been an important time for Canada and Canadians talking about their democracy and really being engaged. And whether you're in Charlottetown or in Whitehorse, Yukon, or in Kelowna, folks have become engaged. They want to be a part of that discussion, that conversation. And our candidates have been hearing that at the door. Our volunteers have been hearing that, and they've been working very, very hard. And the leader has done a phenomenal job of communicating that as he's traveled across the country.
Appreciate that, Sachet Mehra. He's the president of the Liberal Party of Canada. Vashi, we continue to wait for results here at Liberal Party headquarters. Send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. And we are seconds away, Omar, from polls closing now in 3 of the Atlantic provinces, getting our first indication of where things are going.
In PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and I believe Heather Butts is standing by to provide some analysis. But again, in this part of the country, 32 seats up for grabs. The Newfoundland province has 7 seats. This next wave represents 25 seats. Add those 2 up, 32 seats up for grabs. So now those polls have closed in PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. Heather Butts standing by. Heather.
Omar, yes, as you just mentioned, we have entered a new phase of this race. So the polls have closed in the 3 maritime provinces. And we started the show, as you'll remember, with the polls closing in Newfoundland and Labrador. So that means we have 32 seats now in play for this election night. Taking a look at our standings right now for Atlantic Canada, because those are the polls that have closed so far this evening. The Conservatives are leading and elected in 3 ridings. The Liberals leading and elected in 2 ridings. The NDP and the Green sitting at 0 at the moment. But a very exciting first phase with the polls now closed in Atlantic Canada.
Certainly is, Heather. Thank you so much. And we are thrilled to be joined by a fantastic set of guests tonight. Anne-Marie Medawake from CTV Your Morning is leading one of those conversations. Anne-Marie, who have you got with you?
Yeah, I'm thrilled too, Omar. Thanks so much for that. Listen, we are in playoff season in this country, but this is like the Battle of Alberta and the Battle of Ontario and the Stanley Cup all rolled into one. I know everybody at this table agrees. I'm going to start way at the end of I left out the Habs. I apologize, Mr. Mulcair. But I'm going to start way at the end of the bar. We have former NDP leader Tom Mulcair. Welcome. And then flown in from Calgary today is former interim leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. We have Rona Ambrose. And then it's like the Rocky Mountains are in between, because we've got BC on this side of the table. We have former BC Premier Christy Clark. Good to have you here. Just in from Vancouver today is a former Liberal Cabinet Minister, Harjit Sajjan. Welcome. And then the unlucky gentleman who's right next to me for most of the night tonight, we have former Conservative Cabinet Minister James Moore. Great to have all of you here with us. Big picture, I want to start off with, what are you looking for? Can you hear me at the end of the table, Tom?
Yes.
You can. Okay, good. What are you watching for tonight? Big picture.
I'm going to keep an eye on Quebec, because I do think that the Bloc Québécois has been in free fall since the beginning of this. How far they drop will have a determining effect on the final result of the election, I believe.
Okay, well, we've heard a lot about people watching Quebec tonight, and I saw sort of this side of the table all going, man, Christy, you said, I hate that. Rona, what are you watching tonight?
I'm watching, well, right now we're looking at Atlantic Canada. We talked about the Clifford Small riding. We need to win that. The Conservatives have to win that. That was held for the last 3 elections by Scott Sims, a very popular Liberal MP. He lost to Clifford Small, and it looks right now like Clifford Small might take that. That's really important for us. That'll be an early indicator, but of course the polls are early in the night.
Yeah, of course. Christy, what are you watching for today?
Well, I knocked on doors in about 20 ridings all across the country.
I saw this on your Instagram.
So yeah, so I'm getting kind of a feeling of what's happening, and I only tried to do swing ridings. I'm looking to see, based on my personal experience of it, whether the Liberals break 180. I think that's the first thing. The second, it would be, is Jagmeet Singh going to win his riding? It seems unlikely. It's a riding that I grew up in. Could Poilievre lose his riding, which I think would be maybe a shock, but perhaps a blessing for him? And then I think the other thing will be, will there be breakthroughs in Alberta? When you think about how Alberta is so alienated from the country at the moment, if they are to elect some Liberal members of Parliament, I think that can only be good if the Liberals are in government and helping rebuild some sense of national unity with a really important province for our country.
This is a great panel with opinions already. Rona, did you want to jump in on that?
Well, I mean, Pierre's riding has been held by a Conservative for decades, and he won by 15,000 votes in the last election with a huge percentage. It would be highly unlikely for him to lose his riding. And in Alberta, the alienation doesn't result in people wanting to vote more Liberals. The alienation results in even more anti-Ottawa sentiment, even more anti-Liberal sentiment. So it's a huge concern if we end up with a Liberal majority for Western Canada. We have Mark Carney, who has said no to all 5 demands from the oil and gas sector, and that's oil and gas sector in Newfoundland, in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, in Saskatchewan, Alberta. This is not just Alberta, but it's 25% of Alberta's GDP, and he has said no to all 5 demands. So huge resentment right now, huge pushback in Alberta against Mark Carney. And if there's a Liberal majority, we will have serious issues in Alberta with even more anti-Ottawa sentiment.
I want to bring the 2 gentlemen over to my left in this conversation. Harjit Sajjan, you just came in from Vancouver, and of course we saw that you had been out on the festival grounds where, you know, the tragic and deadly van attack has just happened. How is that affecting things in BC and where you're at?
I was at the last year. I didn't attend this one, but I went to the scene almost immediately afterwards. It is impacting people. You know, when people are... this election has actually brought people together because of President Trump and the whole 51st State comment. It's bringing communities together. It doesn't matter where you're from. And this incident has kind of really dampened that for obvious reasons. There's a lot of heartbreak that's taking place. But I think, you know, people or families are going to rise up and cast their ballot because this is a very consequential election right now. And Canadians need to look at who's going to bring that calm confidence to deal with President Trump. And Mark Carney has definitely demonstrated that.
Somebody with calm confidence is sitting to your right. This is James Moore. James, what are you watching for this evening?
I'm going to take the night in chunks. And the first chunk will be the results out of Atlantic Canada. Famously, Prime Minister Trudeau won all 32 seats in 2015. That's not going to happen tonight. When Stephen Harper won a majority in 2011, so the modern era of sort of contemporary politics and personalities, Stephen Harper won 14 out of the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. 8 of those 14 seats were in the province of New Brunswick. So for me, the question is, if Pierre Poilievre is going to be successful tonight, does he come close to that 14 number? Does Clifford Small win in Newfoundland and Labrador? And what does the footprint look like across Atlantic Canada as then we step into the province of Quebec and start getting the larger scale of numbers? But, you know, but the Liberals won't repeat 2015. Will the Conservatives repeat 2011 and give them a shot at forming government? That's my first observation of the night.
Okay, and you've brought Canada along with you to watch over this as well. Guys, thanks so much. We're going to check in with you often. Right now, I want to send it back to Omar and Vashi.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. And Vashi, I just want to bring in more bright political minds across this country who've weighed in for, you know, the past few weeks about this campaign. And certainly, you know, people are calling it a consequential election. Corey tonight, Kathleen Monk, and we've got Scott Reed. Of course, you made some news a couple weeks ago of your own about the Pierre Poilievre campaign and how you felt that it was being run. Do you feel as though his campaign eventually turned a corner, or do you stand by those comments that you did not think the management of that campaign was as it should have been? You used more colorful language, but I'll leave it there.
Well, I think at the beginning of the campaign, the Conservative Party was really not addressing the Trump threat in a substantive way. I think it was about 8 days into the campaign before Poilievre mentioned the name Trump. And you know, my experience having just come through an election in Ontario, that was the issue that was driving voters, and I think that's what we've seen play out in this campaign. Well, there have been a lot of movement in the polls. You know, the Conservatives were up about 25 points only a few short months ago. They're now running behind, not by a lot. I think we're going to have a close evening tonight. I think it's going to be a very close election in many parts of the country. But I think it was a big strategic mistake not to take on that issue earlier and pivot the campaign. I think they have done that. You saw it today in terms of Poilievre's response to the Trump tweet that went out. It was quite strong wording. But, you know, the story's going to be told, I think, really in the 905. You know, there's going to be, you know, Quebec is important. All regions of the country are important. But what happens in that 905 belt is going to be pretty important. You're seeing Liberals doing quite well in many parts of the province, but I think we're going to see a lot of close races in that area, and there are a lot of seats there. So we'll see what happens.
I want to get both Kathleen and Scott in as quickly as possible because we've got to get to some results. Kathleen, Corey mentions the kind of competing narratives from each campaign about what the ballot box question is. Is it change or is it Trump?
It's Trump still, I think, and that's what's actually squeezed out the New Democrats throughout this campaign and really prevented them from kind of getting their message across. So tonight I'm really going to be watching for, how they do. Can they bring back their caucus? Can they pick up anywhere? It's going to be pretty quiet for the Democrats in the Atlantic regions, but there's some hope in Quebec, right? Possibly with Berthier-Masconaget and obviously Rosemont Petit-Patrie. So and we'll see basically if the end game message that the New Democrats pivoted to say vote for us to keep Carney accountable landed, and they were able to pull back some of those votes in these final days.
As we look to Atlantic Canada, how important is it for the Liberals, if they're going to have the big night they hope they will, to see some change there, or at least, a positive result?
It's important, but let's be honest, it's the avalanche of votes that come in when we hit Quebec and Ontario that's going to make the difference. If there's going to be a majority government, we'll have a sense of that because, as Corey points out, what the seat totals look like in the 905 and the Golden Horseshoe in and around Toronto all the way down to Niagara. Tons of seats there. If the Liberals can come out with 38, 40, 45 seats in Quebec, and if they can win seats pretty reliably in the 905 down into Hamilton and Niagara, then they're going to have a big night. Big night.
Okay, we shall see. We'll look forward to your analysis. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break, but we've got lots more special coverage of election 2025 right here on CTV News after that break. Back in a moment.
Special coverage of election 2025. Let's get straight to Adrian Gabriel and Rachel Aiello, who are monitoring developments from our breaking news center tonight. Adrian.
Yeah, one developing story, Omar, that we're keeping a close eye on. The Elections Canada website appearing to be down for some Canadians, for many right now going on the website. This is what they're seeing. We actually experienced it here in our breaking news center as well, though we were able to get on another computer, though some people taking to social media tonight, sending out tweets like this on X. Patrick saying elections.ca isn't working for me. Does anyone else have this issue? An obvious concern, Rachel.
Yeah, so Vashi and Omar, we have reached out directly to Elections Canada to try to figure out what is going on here, if this issue is more widespread. But for folks wanting to get their results, ctvnews.ca does have you covered.
All right, thank you so much, Rachel and Adrian. I know you'll keep an eye on that situation for us. We've got our eye on that board there at the bottom of your screen as results start to come in from Atlantic Canada. We're still just a little while away, at least from the 9:30 close of polls in much of central Canada. Right now, though, I want to throw it over to our colleague, Sandy Ronaldo, who is up with a couple other of our colleagues who have their ear to the ground throughout this whole campaign for some extra perspective. Sandy?
That is so right, Vashi. We've heard from the politicians, the pundits. Now we're going to hear from the people. I mean, who better positioned to tell us what Canadians are thinking than two men who talk the talk 5 days a week? John Moore, News Talk 1010 in Toronto, and Bill Carroll, 580 CFRA in Ottawa. Okay, 7.3 million Canadians voted in advance polls. I get the sense that Canadians are far more engaged this time around than I've seen in any elections I've been involved in. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think they're very engaged. It could also have been that it was very convenient to vote over Easter. I mean, people had 2 holidays in some places. But no, I think the turnout is probably going to be very, very large. What's interesting to me is how the narrative has changed so significantly, though. I mean, I knew some Liberal MPs who went canvassing during the Trudeau time, and they were getting doors slammed in their face. That's why they went back to Ottawa and finally said, listen, you got to go. Now the narrative is something else altogether. And, you know, it's impossible to make predictions tonight, but I can tell you talk radio listeners are always going to be more highly engaged and more political, and frankly, as Bill has said previously, more conservative.
Yeah, but I think also, and let's pick up on that, Bill, Donald Trump has lit a fire under Canadians. Never before have I seen this kind of patriotism and pride across the country, so you must be hearing that.
Yeah, but it's been a little like musical chairs. You know, the music is playing, and it's going to be the moment it stops, where are people? Because we do have more conservative audiences, although I'm in the heart of Liberal Canada. Ottawa went very red in the provincial election recently. It's a very Liberal town, but my audience was absolutely fed up with Justin Trudeau. They couldn't wait to get rid of him. Then Donald Trump happened, and you definitely saw that switch. And, you know, I could criticize Trudeau any day I wanted to, and very few people defended him. There's a little more defensive Mark Carney that I've seen with our audience, but that's starting to switch back a little bit again. But I'll tell you one thing, to John's point about engagement. People are always engaged when they listen to talk radio, but I've never seen anything like it. I've been around a long time, taking phone calls and texts and messages from people for decades. They are more engaged, and I don't want to sound like Preston Manning here, but conservatives are going to be very angry if they lose this election tonight. They want to change. They're furious that other Canadians don't see that in their mind, this is the same government with a new person at the head. They're not going to take it well. It's going to be a very contentious time if the election doesn't come out the way they want it to.
Well, you know what? I'm going to throw it back to Omar and Vassy, but maybe they'll come back to us at some point to talk about how you mend fences at the end of this if it doesn't go the way some Canadians want. Okay, back to the desk, Omar, Vassy.
Thanks so much, Sandy. And as you can see on the screen ahead of you, we are starting to get additional results in from Atlantic Canada early in on the number of polls reporting, but we're already seeing some shift in Newfoundland and Labrador, potential seat changes in the Conservatives' favor and against the Liberals. But understandably, again, this is early, and we have the rest of Atlantic Canada to see, you know, the results come in there, and that will happen. Look at Long Range Mountains. I believe that's outgoing Minister Goody Hutchings' ridings. You can see the Conservative candidate there, one of the changes to speak of. Some more results also coming in from Terra Nova and the Peninsulas, with the Conservatives in the lead there as well, Omar.
And again, polls closed in Newfoundland, PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. The next big wave is at 9:30 Eastern. Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and Northwest Territories will be getting results from those parts of the country. We're going to take a quick break right now. We'll see you in just a couple minutes.
You feel me? Lost in the South.
You know what I'm saying? And we tried to lock down the industry, which you cannot do because they already set in their ways, like I said before. So what we have to do is build our own industry to make it right.
An exciting time in the evening. Of course, we have those polls closed in Atlantic Canada, so I am joined by our pollster, Nick Nanos, and we're going to take a quick look at this two-horse race. But first, Nick, I think it's always important to remind people of a little bit of history here. Yep. If we take a quick look back at 2021, the Conservatives actually won the popular vote, 34%, Nick, but it just wasn't enough to win a government.
Absolutely. It wasn't enough to generate more seats than the Liberals. Two other numbers that are critical. New Democrats at 17.8. I'm sure Jagmeet Singh wishes he was at 17.8 today. And the People's Party, we haven't really talked about them. They haven't been a factor in this election. They were at 5% back in 2021.
Okay, let's take a look now at that two-horse race that we've been talking about. And if you watch the screen, really the colors and the imaging tells it all, Nick. It's really been quite the storyline, starting off with March 23rd, the call for an election.
Absolutely. And, you know, when you look at the trend line coming out of 2024 into the election, it's absolutely seismic. Check out, Heather, the Conservative lead, 47% to 20% for the Liberals. Liberals basically near death in terms of politically, but check out the trajectory. You have Justin Trudeau stepping down. You have Donald Trump and tariff threats. You have the Liberal convention and the election of Mark Carney. And what you see, basically, red rocket leading up to the March 23rd date.
Okay, Nick, and that is, of course, when we start to see the NDP dropping in the polls as well. And then we get to March 28th, and that is when we have that now infamous phone call, that phone call between President Donald Trump and our new Prime Minister, Mark Carney.
Yeah, kind of awkward. Donald Trump, line one. Anyways, you know, the thing is for Mark Carney, not only is he leader of the Liberal Party, he gets to be Prime Minister. And, you know, the thing is, this is where we see the Liberals really start to break out and pull ahead of the Conservatives as they are able to take advantage of the fact that Mark Carney can address Donald Trump and have the advantage on that front.
And from March 28th, we went to April 2nd, and that is what Trump called Liberation Day, that poster board in the Rose Garden of all those tariffs coming out, not for Canada on that particular day, but still a very important day.
Absolutely. And, you know, when we look at the trend line on this day, this is where we see the Liberals with their biggest advantage during the 2025 campaign, basically 10 or 11 percentage points. Shows, Heather, the connection between Trump, tariffs, and the political fortunes of the Liberals.
Okay. And then, Nick, as we see right here on the graph, things start to tighten up a little bit. There's a little bit of an ebb and flow, and that brings us to April 16th and 17th, the only two debates in this entire election campaign, one French, one English.
Yeah, take Trump out of the equation, talk about taxes, talk about the cost of living, and what you see is the race tightening between the Conservatives and the Liberals going into the French and the English leaders debate.
Very exciting time for sure. And then that brings us to April 18th to the 21st. And Nick, this weekend will go down in history. This was, of course, the Easter weekend, but it was advanced polls. 7 million Canadians coming out to advance polls.
Yeah, and you know what? We don't know whether that'll be a game changer. That's what I'm going to be watching. But, you know, you see the post-debate era, a little bit of an uptick for the New Democrats. Why don't we call that the Scrappy Singh update? But, you know, interesting on that front.
Okay, and then April 22nd, this was when the Conservatives released their platform. Pierre Poilievre, the last leader to come out with a fully costed platform, releasing it after the debates.
Yeah, and you know what you can see, Heather, is the Conservatives starting to close the gap after they do and release their costing on their platform. Speaks to the importance of issues in the close of the campaign.
And Nick, that brings us to April 27th. This was the final evening of your polling just late last night.
Yeah, why don't we just call this the mad dash to the finish? You know, basically the Liberals have a marginal lead over the Conservatives. It's going to be interesting to see how this converts into ridings in the House of Commons.
That's for sure. That was the mad dash to the finish on your polling, Nick, but we have a long ways to go this evening. We're going to watch those numbers roll in overnight, and of course, we'll be back more with our pollster, Nick Nanos. Back to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Heather. And we've got some initial results coming from Atlantic Canada very early again in some of the polls reporting. For example, in Central Nova, just one poll reporting at this point, but it is a riding we're watching because this is Cabinet Minister Sean Fraser's riding. He served in immigration and housing. He then decided during the kind of downfall of the Liberals last year not to run again. After Mark Carney became leader, he changed his mind.
And in Sackville, Bedford, Preston, we've got the Liberal in the lead, but again, just by 12 votes and just 2 of 230 polls reporting in that riding as of now.
South Shore, St. Margaret's, Rick Perkins, the Conservative incumbent, just one poll there. That's certainly a seat that the Conservatives want to hold on to. So as more polls start reporting, we'll keep our eye on that one.
And in Cape Breton, Canso Antigonish, we see a lead of 402 votes. The incumbent, Jaime Batiste, there leading by, again, 402 votes. But again, they're just 6 of 245 polls. So these early results, obviously the caveat, the asterisk being there, that they're extremely preliminary. The next major wave of polls we should be getting is in about an hour and a half time. Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories. That's when we'll be getting 267 seats representing that part of the country.
And we'll start getting some more polls reporting in some of these ridings in Atlantic Canada and be able to call them a little more accurately over the coming minutes. Right now, I want to swing over to the floor of the Conservative headquarters in Ottawa, where we find Colton Prale. Hey, Colton, give us a sense of what it's like at this moment in time. How do they think things are going?
Vashi, the room is slowly filling up here. It's noteworthy that in past rallies, for example, when I was in Sudbury a couple of days ago, the lines stretched ages, hours before Pierre was actually scheduled to be on the floor. Here we're seeing a very slow filtering into the room, but it is important to note that many supporters weren't expecting this to be open until about 9 o'clock at night. From the conversations I'm having with them, there is obviously immense optimism for a Conservative win. They're certainly all focused on change. The need for change in Ottawa is the message I hear over and over again in conversations with supporters. But what's really noteworthy is the number of Conservatives who have told me they're expecting a Conservative minority, or at least they're hoping to see a Conservative minority. There is an understanding here of what has happened when you take a larger bird's eye view at the polling, the dramatic shift we saw from the start of the year, the narrowing that we've seen, and there is an understanding that this race is incredibly tight, and that's not a message I'm just hearing here as well. I heard it last night at his Carleton rally. This is something that among the Conservative supporters I've spoke to, they keep repeating. They're looking for a way to just squeak through for some sort of margin of error, polling to show that there is a path through, but they're expecting this to be a very, very tight race. And the Conservative sources I spoke to here today say they expect it to be a very slow first few hours before they potentially see some gains.
All right, thank you so much, Colton. That's Colton Prale at the Conservative headquarters in Ottawa.
And that's, we talk about engagement. In that riding, particularly in the riding of Carleton, again, we've got to underline 7.3 million ballots cast before today. Now, according to the Elections Canada Act, you're allowed to count the advance votes an hour before polls close. Everywhere in the country got an extension to 2 hours, but in that particular riding of Carleton, they got an extension of 6 hours before polls closed. So it just shows you, the engagement that there is. And of all the ridings in the country, that had the most number of advance votes.
Most number of advance votes, and also 90 people on the ballot because of that protest group, which is the primary reason that that they're going to get an extra 4 hours, I guess, to count the votes there. We want to get a sense now of the regional landscape at this moment. Let's swing over to Todd Battis, who joins us from Halifax. Todd, give us a sense of where you think things are settling in Atlantic Canada, the first kind of part of this country we are getting an indication of how things are going to go.
Yeah, and we're half an hour now, Vashi, since we saw those numbers come in for Atlantic Canada, 19 seats reporting of the 32, and there's your obvious indication the Liberals seem to be pulling away with the 14, and we saw a number of the boards of the different ridings, and one that people down here are watching quite closely is Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish. This is a riding that Jaime Batiste, who you see there in the lead, he was for a very short spell a contestant in the Liberal leadership race. He stayed in for a little while and then ultimately supported Mark Carney. But Alan McMaster, who you see there in second, he was finance minister in Tim Houston's progressive conservative government here in the province of Nova Scotia. He decided not to run in the fall for re-election, instead opting to run as a conservative in this new redrawn riding of Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish. And you can see several, and it's still early with only 6 polls of 245 reporting, but a healthy lead for Jaime Batista, so this is one that's going to be worth watching. Let's go now to Montreal, my colleague Matsumi Takahashi. Sumi?
Todd? We'll take a look at Montreal now. Montreal is a Liberal stronghold. There are 18 seats on this island. The Liberals hold 15 of them. And some polls have Liberal support in the greater Montreal area at around 50%. The Liberals are hoping to make even more gains, though, in this region and at the expense of the Bloc. Two of the ridings they've targeted: Châteauguay, Lesjardins, Nat-Pierreville. It's on Montreal's South Shore. The Liberal candidate there is Nathalie Provost. She's a high-profile anti-gun activist. She's also a survivor of the École Polytechnique massacre. Also on the South Shore, Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Now, this is an area that the Liberals haven't held since 1980. It usually swings between the Bloc and the NDP, but the polls now are showing that it's actually leaning Liberal. So we'll see how that plays out. And we go to Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Matsumi, thank you. We do have some interesting ridings to watch here in Ottawa beyond just where the leaders are running. The city of Ottawa, its suburbs, Western Quebec, all typically Liberal, the big exception being the Carleton riding, long held by Pierre Poilievre. But we will be keeping a close eye on Ottawa Centre tonight, where Liberal Yasser Naqvi hopes to hold on against NDP candidate Joel Harden. So back in the 2018 provincial election, Harden defeated Naqvi there. So this is a rematch of sorts that people will be watching. It's actually the only riding in Ottawa that has ever elected a new Democrat. A couple of them, including one of the most popular members of the NDP, maybe of all time, former party leader Ed Broadbent, who won the seat back in 2004. Not to take anything away from Tom Mulcair if he's listening on set. Over to Toronto now. Michelle.
Thank you, Patricia. Well, the Liberals have dominated the greater Toronto area and the, what's called the suburban 905 for a long time, since they came to power in 2015, and they want to keep it that way tonight and perhaps flip some seats and expand their footprint. And one of the areas we've got our eye on is Toronto-St. Paul's. This is the riding that last year had been red for 30 years, and it flipped blue. Don Stewart hoping to maintain this Conservative seat, but we've got the Carney factor now, and it's potential that Leslie Church could take it away from the Conservatives tonight. This is definitely one to watch. Could be a horse race, and there are a number of ridings in the vote-rich Greater Toronto area that the Liberals think they could potentially pick up tonight. It would be key for them forming, a fourth, getting a fourth term, but also potentially forming a majority government. We'll have to wait and see, but let's go over to Tara Nelson in Calgary.
Thank you, Michelle. On election night, there's nothing more exciting than a nail-biter. Admittedly, probably more for us who can just sit back and watch rather than the candidates. It would be excruciating. But one of the tightest races in Alberta in 2021, I think, is going to be another very tight race tonight, and that is Edmonton Centre. So Randy Boisseneau won this in 2021 with a margin of just 1.3%, just 600 votes ahead of the Conservative candidate. This is a riding that regularly flip-flops between the Conservatives and the Liberals. You might even remember this was Anne McClellan's riding back in the day. One year, she won it by only 12 votes. So we're used to drama here. Boisseneau is not running this time, so it has no incumbent. He decided that he wasn't running just before the writ was dropped, so he didn't leave a lot of time for the Liberal candidate. She really had to hit the ground running. The Conservative candidate previously ran for the UCP in the provincial election, so he might have a little bit of name recognition, but I think it's the NDP candidate here that could be the spanner in the works. Tricia Estabrooks is her name. She's a former school board trustee. She's been working this riding, and she hit the ground running a year and a half ago, fundraising and door knocking. I think she's going to turn this into a three-way race tonight that we are keeping an eye out for. Let's go to Mi-Jeong Lee in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. BC is critical to the NDP's fate. The New Democrats won half their 24 seats right here in our province, but polls signal they're in a fight to retain official party status, which is 12 seats. There's even concern about traditional NDP strongholds like Vancouver Kingsway, which Don Davies has won 5 times. Now, my mom lives in that riding, so I'm driving there all the time. I see way more Don Davies signs there. So will his army of volunteers help him hang on? We'll see if his personal popularity will win out over strategic voting on the left coalescing around the Liberals. We're also watching Skeena Bulkley Valley. Taylor Bachrach is the popular MP in that riding, but if the polls are right, this could go to Conservative Ellis Ross, a former MLA. He's also well known. The other riding to watch, Victoria, currently held by Laurel Collins, one that Mark Carney has visited several times in the campaign, hoping to snatch it away from the New Democrats, a riding that they have actually held for 2 decade. So we'll be watching that one as well. Vashi?
Thanks so much, Mi Jung. We've got a lot of analysis to come. We're about just under 90 minutes away from polls closing in much of central Canada. 267 seats at play there. We've got more coverage after a short commercial break right here on CTV News, Election 2025. CTV News special coverage of election 2025. Some preliminary results continuing to trickle in from Atlantic Canada. Minister Dominic LeBlanc's New Brunswick riding. No surprise, very early in on the polls reporting, but he does hold a lead, considered probably one of the safest seats for the Liberals in Atlantic Canada, or certainly in New Brunswick. Let's swing over for some early analysis on how things are going so far and what might happen to my colleague Emery.
All right, Vashi, thanks so much. Listen, I don't know what people are eating when they're watching at home. I won't make everybody reveal what they've just pulled out of their purses to snack on, but we did all have some Timbits, and it's been good. Listen, as we were watching the results come in, I'm curious, and I'll throw this over maybe to James and Rhonda to start off with. What are you watching for from the Conservatives? There were a number of stops that were made by Pierre Poilievre there. You know, I think there was 2 in New Brunswick, 1 in Newfoundland, and a late one in Nova Scotia. How are you seeing things play out this evening? Are you surprised at all? Is it too early to hope?
Well, I mean, I'm optimistic because we're seeing that one seat that we were watching for Clifford Small, but also an additional seat in Newfoundland. That's positive. I mean, when Pierre was out there, he doubled the funding for small craft harbors. That's just really important for Newfoundland, and also supported the LNG project in Newfoundland and Labrador. So maybe that had an impact. He's been, you know, his platform has been extremely successful in really making the case for a free enterprise economy where innovators, entrepreneurs, workers, especially working class people, will thrive. And so hopefully that broke through in Newfoundland and Labrador also. But 8 seats is what I was looking for at a minimum. And it looks like as long as things continue to evolve the way they are, that's positive for us.
James, what do you see?
So far, the Conservatives are outperforming the polls. So far, the Conservatives are outperforming the popular vote. But so far, it's very early.
It is very early.
So we'll see. But look, you know, for years, the Conservative Party of Canada had a real struggle, certainly in Newfoundland and Labrador, because former Premier Danny Williams and Stephen Harper had a big falling out, and there was the ABC Anybody But Conservative campaign that stained the federal Conservative Party's reach into that province. That seems to be over now. It's been over for quite some time, but if we actually see some people now coming out to the polls and voting for the Conservative Party of Canada under Pierre Poilievre's leadership, that's a sign that the spade work that he's done to build alliances and to get quality candidates and to push forward in that province is a fantastic foundation for growth, perhaps tonight and certainly in the future.
Harjit Sajid, I'll bring you on this. What are you seeing as you look at the results coming on? Very early, we have to say, in Atlantic Canada.
I'll be honest with you. It's hard to actually give an analysis. It's way too early just right now.
Yeah.
I would say that given what I have heard from my colleagues who are working in the area, again, it comes back to tariffs, right? Tariffs can play a big role.
Sure.
How voters look at it in their small businesses, how it impacts them. I think that's going to play a role, but it's way too early to tell just right now.
Okay. Christy, you want to jump in?
Well, Anne-Marie, I'm from a province where there's a lot of people over 65, as are people in the Maritimes. I knocked on a lot of doors out there, and I will tell you, older people are very worried about the tariffs, about Trump, and they want stability, they want character, they want somebody with experience. So there's been a trend that we saw at the doorstep where traditional conservative voters were moving Liberal because they really wanted that kind of character consistency that they're seeing from Mark Carney. So, I mean, I don't know if we're going to see that yet. That was my prediction. Right. But so far, it looks like my prediction might have been a little bit of an overreach at this point.
Tom, you're smiling at that.
Well, I completely agree with what was just expressed. Looking at those numbers, if they hold, and everybody's repeated the same thing, yes, it's early times, fine. We haven't counted that many polls. But if the Conservatives do manage to keep this a fight where it's 2 for 1, and the Liberals were expected by many analysts to run the table in Atlantic Canada, then we might be in for a closer fight than anybody was expecting.
Well, that would make for an exciting night.
Yep.
And a really good time. I'm going to send it back to Vashi and Omar.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. And we're just getting some declarations, actually, in Atlantic Canada. CTV declaring Paul Connors in Avalon, and Vashi Cape Spear, too, is another riding that we saw a CTV News declaration as well. Again, in that riding of Avalon, the Liberal with Paul Connors, 5,489 votes so far.
Yeah, Ken McDonald's assistant succeeds him in that seat. I want to swing over to our strategists who have been watching these results come in. Corey, any initial take on what you're seeing so far?
Well, I agree that I think the Conservatives are outperforming the polls right now, which is encouraging. I also agree that the Maritimes will be an interesting place because it is older demographics, and the Liberals were outperforming what they have done in the past with those demographics. So I'll be curious when advanced voting comes in. A lot of the polling done around that indicated, I think, that was an older demographic that was coming out there. So we'll see. But I think if I were the Conservatives in their war room right now, I'd be feeling pretty optimistic about these numbers.
I think back to a decade ago, Kathleen, and one of the first indications we had in 2015 was like, whoa, it's all red in Atlantic Canada. You knew that it would not be a minority, and at that case, it felt like we were on, very clearly on a path to a majority. What do you read into things so far?
I remember that night very well because I was clinging to St. John's East and Jack Harris at the time refusing to believe that he would lose his seat in that Liberal sweep. I do think it's early still, but remember, a couple months ago, the Conservatives were planning on taking all of Newfoundland, much of Atlantic, and so this is still a change from what we actually had. They had spent millions in ads on the Rock and elsewhere. The controversy around the carbon tax and the changes to the carbon tax and how that fueled a lot of support and some change in the support back to the Liberals. So I'm really waiting for that 9:30 hour when the big enchilada of the votes close, when we start to see, Quebec, Ontario, to see how things really move.
Kathleen makes a good point about Atlantic Canada, Scott. It was probably the first region to turn on Justin Trudeau, largely due to the carbon tax. We talked about Ken McDonald. There were, Sean Fraser wasn't running, then he was. Wayne Long wasn't running, now he is. What are you watching for as this is unfolding right now?
Well, right now you're looking at these numbers, and if you're the Conservatives, you have to say this is outstanding. Let's hope that this trend holds up across the country, but they also have to hope that it holds up in Atlantic Canada. And it's not just that it's early. It's many of these numbers that are on the board are based on 1, 2, 3, 5 polls. So it could change remarkably. But I am struck by the fact that this is a part of the country where you have an older demographic, and that was supposed to be money for the Liberals tonight. Like, if you're over 55, you're supposed to be voting Liberal, and this would not be an indication that you'd be thrilled with so far.
Okay, more analysis to come, but early, still indicative of something.
Certainly, and just before we go to break, in Long Range Mountains in Newfoundland, we are declaring a Conservative gain in that riding. So again, those results trickling, but we are able to make some declarations. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in just a few moments' time. Stay with us.
Running in the streets, I just needed something
you know, to give me a little more self-esteem. And that's what it did.
Whoa, we got a tie, ladies and gentlemen. Conservative and liberals. Conservative are considered, they're considered the underdogs. They beat the popular polls right now, so it's a tie. Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
But we don't give a fuck. See what I'm saying? We don't care, because when it's time for fucking battling and bringing it to the streets and holding mine as a person, myself, that's when you really see the real shit come out of motherfuckers.
Welcome back to election headquarters here at CTV News. We continue to track early results as they come in from Atlantic Canada. I want to bring in my colleague, CTV News Chief Financial Correspondent Amanda Lang. We do have some changes to just quickly put up on the board, some Conservative gains so far in Atlantic Canada as these polls start to trickle in, and some Liberal losses at this point. Amanda, look, the economy became probably, if there's one thing underpinning that ballot box competition over what the question is it Trump or is it change? It's the economy, right?
That's right. And typically, of course, we know when people go to the polls, they're voting on their pocketbook, and that often works against the incumbent, especially after a period like the one we've seen. We saw high inflation. We saw the after effects of a global pandemic. So the vote for change was very powerful. And then into the mix, you get, well, now we feel threatened and we need to defend ourselves against a trade war. And that, of course, was the wild card that we've been dealing with. Underneath it all, though, people still, at the end of the day, when they're checking off that ballot, they're thinking about their own situation. And there's so much uncertainty right now. So it does come down to stewardship, I think. Who will manage our economy better?
Have you been surprised by the whiplash? I mean, there are days in the past couple of weeks where we've seen the size of Canada's GDP just wiped out on stock markets. And when, you know, if you're younger, you've got time to make up that money.
Yeah.
If you're a senior in this country who's worked their entire life preparing for the golden years, and to see that evaporate in mere moments, I mean, it's not easy to stomach.
It's been jarring in the extreme, and I think I said this to you, Omar, on your program, which is even on the days when it was up 5, 6, 7%. That's not a good day. That doesn't feel rational or normal or the way stocks should move. And it speaks to the level of uncertainty in the world. And we're starting to see this show up in the economy. Even if you waved a wand and it was all over today, we have damage done. And the damage will persist for our economy and elsewhere. And, you know, we're talking here in Atlantic Canada about St. John, the hardest hit place for tariffs in the country.
96% of their exports go to the U.S.
Go to the U.S. And, of course, a very integrated economy, too. They come back as well in the form of sort of refined products. So all of this is going to be in the mix, but it's really interesting to watch at the end of the day. How do people feel about what they're voting on, and how regional will that be at the end?
And as far as what the parties are pitching, what stands out to you in that regard?
So it was interesting to see, and we'll talk mostly about Liberal PC, because that's, you know, who's going to likely form the government here. And both of them were really making the case for, we'll get you through this, but such different approaches. Liberals, big spending, really focused on a trade war, throwing money at a problem, not so much worried about the fiscal balance. And the Conservatives taking that same message that they've had all along, which is, we want to downsize government, we want to reduce your taxes. So that the kind of undertone was, yeah, sure, there's a trade war, but remember, we're the guys that are going to deliver something different here. And we'll see whether that works in terms of the messaging and how it gets read in the end by what people actually absorbed. You know, economists, the balance is out in terms of which one will succeed, because in both platforms there was a lot of unknown quantities. Where does the revenue come from? Where do the cuts come? We don't really know any of those things. but voters actually were hearing more, and maybe this is intentional, of course, more of the subtext than the actual details.
Magic math all over.
Exactly.
And we'll see what they choose. But I've got to thank you, by the way. The past 2 weeks have been, it's been a seesaw, but you've been our voice of calm and our voice of reason in a very strange and different environment. So, Amanda, we'll check in with you in just a bit later. Let's head over to Sandy right now, who's been keeping with the pulse of the people.
Well, Omar, it's interesting. We were listening to Corey and Scott bring up the age factor, and I want to talk about that with our talk people here, because older Canadians tend to vote Liberal by a huge percentage. Those 35 to 54 prefer the Conservatives. And then there's the youth vote. Conservatives are resonating with young people. Is that what you're hearing?
Well, the callers and the listeners tend to be a little bit older quite often, but I do have a lot of very engaged young people. And Justin Lang wrote this great column for the Toronto Star about why Donald Trump won, and it was a lot about sort of the bro culture and what young men are sick of, what they're afraid of, that they don't have job security, they never get a pension, they can't find a girl. I don't know if Pierre Poilievre is going to solve that, but the presumption these days is Conservatives solve those things.
But I think, and this goes back to what you were saying before in our last chat about people being angry, right? Because if you look at the Liberals, is it the same party, just different leaders? So if they're angry about the potential of the Liberals winning.
What I noticed in the last couple of days is that some of the older audience who I mentioned had become a bit defensive of Mark Carney. In the early days, the Conservatives were running against a resume, and it's a really good resume. And as they got to know him a little bit, I think they saw he had a cranky side. He was mean to reporters. Look inside yourself. I don't think that played very well with older people. So that started to soften up a little bit. But the anger of younger people played in, too. When the platforms got costed, I started to get emails and texts from people, younger people, saying, look at the debt he's going to put us into. So Trump went a little quieter. And then the economy became the issue again a little bit more. It's what I was saying earlier about musical chairs. And, you know, if the music had kept playing for another week, where would we be? There was a little bit of a shift coming. You start to see that a little bit from Atlantic Canada, maybe. Does that hold as we move on into the areas where we talk to people every day on there? I'm not sure yet, but it's gone back and forth. There's been a real ebb and flow. And I think if young people are as angry as I heard them, they traditionally don't come out to vote, right? Older people get out and vote. Younger people are busy. I think a lot of younger people were angry enough that they made a point of it, especially when there was a long weekend to do it.
Right. All right, we wait and see and we watch. All right, Omar.
All right, Sandy, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you soon in just a couple minutes.
The Ram 1500 wins on highways, on driveways. It wins in the backcountry and back in the city. Ram wins in quality and capability. No one...
Special coverage here at CTV News of election 2025. We want to head straight to party headquarters to get a sense, just an hour out from polls closing in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and Northwest Territories, of how things are unfolding. Let's go straight to Geneviève Beauchemin. She's with the Liberals in Ottawa this evening. Hi, Geneviève.
Hi, Vashi. Well, you know, there's not a lot of people in this room right now. It's pretty quiet. The Liberal Party has said that there's about 750 people who have RSVP'd. They will be here. But they're saying that right now it's quiet because they want their volunteers to be out there. They want them to be pulling out the vote, knocking on doors, getting every single person that could be voting out voting, and then people will start to trickle into this room. We've been hearing that the buzzword of the night is cautious optimism, that in fact that there has been that, you know, people are cautiously optimistic that there will be getting out the vote, that things will go out for the Liberal Party. But of course, as the night goes on, they'll come to see those numbers here and they'll try to analyze that board. I keep looking out into the room here, trying to see whether I can read any faces, whether that sort of cautious optimism is shifting as people are still trying to figure out how this early night is going so far, Vashi.
Okay, thanks so much, Geneviève. Yeah, lots to discern. Atlantic Canada providing us, though, with some interesting results so far. I think it's safe to say that this is a better result than the Conservatives, as James was mentioning earlier, than the Conservatives or polling would have anticipated. Interesting to see how advanced polls and obviously what happens in Central Canada, Central and Western Canada when the next polls close affect that.
And we'll see if this trend sweeps across the entire country. Let's head on over to Abigail Beeman with the Conservatives. And in the room where you're at, Abigail, is there a sense of optimism? I mean, I'm sure there is, but how much optimism at this stage?
Well, I can tell you things have certainly shifted in a big way just in terms of the mood on the floor since I last spoke to you. A lot more people are now in this room and they are getting excited. So we're hearing a lot of cheers, close watching of the screen. Also interesting, speaking to a campaign source who was sort of managing expectations, saying, hey, you know, we don't expect things to get off to, there may be a slow start in Atlantic Canada. That same source then coming back and saying, hey, things are better than expected. So even, you know, outperforming what the party's own internal numbers were expecting there. So some optimism as well. And the point there was, hey, we're waiting to see what Ontario and BC have in store because we're expecting things to really pick up there. So definitely some optimism, although, of course, the caveat that things are early still. But these Atlantic Canada numbers are outperforming Conservative campaign expectations. And another thing of note, Conservative campaign saying that what they are looking to as well is that their internal numbers are telling them that they have a real advantage in terms of new voters. And how they define new voters are voters who have not voted in the last 2 elections, but are now planning not only to vote, but to vote Conservative. So that's something that they will be watching for as well.
All right, Abigail, thank you. So, Vashi, of course, the people in that room, the crowd, picking up on some of that optimism that we talked about earlier. But the big battlegrounds, of course, in this election are Ontario and BC. And Ontario polls will be closing there in about, an hour and 5 minutes time.
Exactly.
So big wave of results expected in just over an hour.
Yeah, very much anticipating that. It'll be a little bit later where Judy Trin is with the NDP in Burnaby in British Columbia. Judy, what can you tell us about how things are going there?
Well, just like it's happening across the country right now, there are few people here because most of the NDP volunteers are out trying to get the vote, trying to make sure their supporters are going to the polls. The polls here don't close until 7 p.m. Pacific, or that's 10 p.m. Eastern. At that point, their government could already be determined, right? So we're not expecting to hear from Jagmeet Singh until then, but he's already making a comment on Twitter or X. I want to point this out to you, because if his theme, and I think the theme for the party is the joyful struggle, hope, and a prayer, basically. In his X post, he features a photo of him and Jack Layton, and it says, remember what Jack said, don't tell them it can't be done. Of course, Singh is referring to the Orange Wave in 2011 when we saw the collapse of the Liberals and Stephen Harper majority, and the NDP formed the opposition. So that is not going to happen this time. In fact, the NDP could face what could be their worst showing ever, putting the job of Jagmeet Singh on the line. I spoke to the Chief of Staff for the NDP, Jennifer Howard, a few minutes ago, and what she told me is regardless of what happens, there is so much respect and admiration for Mr. Singh that if he's not going to be pushed out, that they will leave space for him to decide on his own as to what he will do. But this is the reality that they are facing right now. I will say that the NDP tell me that their internal polling shows that they will do much better than what the pollsters we've been interviewing, we've been talking to, including across the country, their internal numbers are showing much better. They believe they can win between 12 and 15 seats. So that's yet to materialize. Vashi.
All right, thanks so much, Judy. Definitely the NDP believe their vote is more efficient than the polls represent, which is, of course, what happened in the Ontario case example a number of weeks ago, Omar.
Yes, that's right. And we've got Jeremy Charles standing by with the Bloc Québécois in Montreal tonight. And after Ontario, Jeremy, as we know, Quebec has the second largest seat share after Ontario. BC has the third. What's it like in the room where you are right now?
Yeah, I mean, Omar, lots to gain, lots to lose in Quebec, right, with such a large seat share. We're starting to see the energy build up in the room here at Bloc headquarters in Montreal. Supporters have started to come in, seeing some Quebec flags, of course. The big hope here among MPs, among the leader, Yves-François Blanchet, is that the party can hold on to a bit of a surge in momentum that they have seen towards the end of this campaign. They struggled early on. The focus of this campaign has been largely on Donald Trump, the threat of tariffs, things that make it hard for a party leader who is the leader of a Quebec nationalist party to position himself in that kind of situation. And so what we saw him do kind of midway through this campaign or towards the debate is switch the messaging a little bit. Start to talk to Quebecers about the fact that he believes, he's been saying for weeks now, Yves-François Blanchet, he believes that Mark Carney and the Liberals will form government and that Bloc voters can be safe to return to vote for the Bloc and send Bloc MPs to Ottawa to try and prioritize Quebec's priorities. That is the hope here. The party is really hoping that they'll be able to hold on to that positive momentum they experienced kind of towards the end of the campaign rather than the struggles they faced early on. Of course, the big question is where will they stand at the end of this night? At dissolution, they had 33 seats. There was talk early on they could drop under 20 seats. There's a lot of talk now. They're hoping to land somewhere between 20 and 30. That will be kind of the barometer that we'll be watching tonight to see how the party feels. But there could be a big impact here, Omar and Vashi, when it comes to the outcome of this election. Depending on how many seats the Bloc perhaps loses to the Liberals, it could also kind of be a difference maker when it comes to whether we see a majority or a minority government.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. And he makes a great point. You know, if there is a hit tonight with the Bloc Québécois, how big will that hit be? And a fascinating story, I think, in Quebec, the fact that there are former Bloc supporters who now feel that Quebec interests are now better served with another party other than the Bloc this time around. So we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, if that does materialize. I know those artificial country comments also resonating or getting a reaction out of other parts of the country as well. Speaking of other parts of the country, let's head over to Victoria, where Rob Buffum is stationed this evening with the Green Party. We were talking survival earlier with Judy Trinh. Same conversation has to come up with the Greens. Rob.
Absolutely. We're at Elizabeth May's headquarters here at a winery in the Saanich Peninsula where a few people are starting to trickle in and they're setting up for a celebration. But at the same time, they're also bracing for what could be a very tough night for the Green Party and for Elizabeth May herself. They're facing some headwinds that they're well aware of, including the fact that they did not have a leader in the leaders' debate. Elizabeth May has said that's something that she feels made it very hard for them to get their platform any attention. And they're also concerned about this strategic voting that we've heard about for weeks, the idea that progressive voters may park their vote this time around with either the Conservatives or the Liberals. Sources tell me the Greens would be very happy to have 3 MPs elected tonight. Mike Morris, if they could hold on to that seat, Elizabeth May, as well as they're hoping to pick up Paul Manley here on the island, who has previously won. They also acknowledge this could be a night that we come out of with 0 Green MPs, including their co-leader Elizabeth May. But at the same time, she's somebody who cannot be underestimated. Punching through in 2011, a local radio personality told her she didn't stand a chance of being elected dog catcher, and she's certainly proven that person wrong and is very popular in this riding. The polls close in just under 2 hours, so we'll have to see. But it's going to be a big night for the Greens, including for their leader.
Yeah, very much so. Thanks so much, Rob. So polls close there in a couple of hours, but in much of the rest of the country in an hour. And we've got some declarations, including in New Brunswick, Minister Dominic Lamont, who served in a million different capacities over the last 4 years, holds his seat. No surprise there. Definitely a safe one. Yeah.
Absolutely. And again, the tally right now, even though CTV News has made the declaration, I think, if I saw correctly, was about 900 votes. In the riding of St. John's East, we're declaring that Joanne Thompson will be re-elected in that riding. And then here is how the numbers break down right now. She has a lead of about 1,132 votes. Again, 40 of the 197 polls reporting. But again, CTV News making that declaration that she is keeping her seat in that riding.
And then we can also declare that the Conservative incumbent, in Acadie-Annapolis is re-elected, Chris D'Entremont. With a lead, about 55 polls reporting, but we are at the point where we can make that declaration. His lead, nearly 1,000 votes at this point.
And let's head over right now to CTV's Maya Johnson, who is in Hunsik-Cartierville tonight, which is a riding that was held a dissolution by the Global Affairs Minister, Mélanie Joly. Maya.
Hi, Omar. There is certainly a lot of activity here in the borough, in the riding office of Mélanie Joly here in Hunsik-Cartierville. You can see lots of supporters, volunteers behind me watching the results come in on a screen that's being projected on the wall to my right. And we have Mélanie Joly, the outgoing Minister of Foreign Affairs, with us right now. Thank you, Madame Joly, for joining us.
Thank you, thank you.
First off, we're starting to see results come in from Atlantic Canada. What's your reaction to that? Any disappointment?
Well, no, of course. We know it's going to be a long night. We know that. And every single riding counts. I've been in contact with many of my colleagues that are quite confident, but of course, we can take nothing for granted. And it's the same here in Quebec, and it's the same in Ontario, and it's the same across the country. It will be a very long night, but an exciting one.
Okay, and of course, we know that the ballot box question appears to be the relationship between Canada and the U.S. and these threats that are coming from the Trump administration. Yes. And even today, we saw President Donald Trump post on social media talking once again about the possibility of Canada becoming the 51st state on Election Day when people are going to the polls. What did she think of that?
Well, listen, it's not the first time, and it's not going to be the last one that President Trump has opinions regarding Canada. He has repeatedly stated his threats of annexation and as well has started a trade war against Canada, which is putting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of jobs at risk across the country. And, you know, I was in Hamilton and in the Niagara region last week. Of course, people in the steel sector and the auto sector are very, very concerned. We know that there's been already closures of some plants, and we know that there's a lot of anxiety. But that's why the ballot question tonight is clearly who is the right prime minister and who is the right team to handle Trump, to deal with his rhetoric, and the answer is clear. It is Mark Carney and the Liberal team.
And last week, Mr. Carney was here in the Montreal area in Laval. There was a big Liberal rally there, and at that rally, you asked voters to give the Liberals a majority mandate, and I believe it's the first time that we heard that, the possibility of a majority. Are you hopeful still that that is a possibility?
We can never take anything for granted. What is really important is President Trump only respects strength. That's the only thing that that we can really show in the context of negotiations that can be to our advantage. And of course, having a majority government would definitely be extremely helpful.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you again for your time, Mélanie Joly. We appreciate it. Back to you in studio.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. And Mélanie Joly, of course, was one of the names that was floated to possibly run or to, make a run for the leadership of the Liberal Party. She decided to step back to focus on a file which has dominated this campaign, of course, which is the Canada-U.S. trade file, Ashley.
Yeah, that's what she said.
That's what she said.
She might end up running another time, but yes, that was the reason that she had preferred. Same one as François-Philippe Champagne, who ended up being finance minister, both of them taking the lead on that file. Let's swing over as these results from Atlantic Canada, you can see them on the bottom of your screen, begin to become a little clearer to our strategists, Corey Tonight, Kathleen Monk, and Scott Reid. Scott, your read on where things sit right now in Atlantic Canada, how much do we take from it?
I think we may be overreading it. Obviously, on a seat total, the Conservatives are outperforming expectations. But if you look at the popular vote all across the Atlantic, where the votes have been cast so far, Liberals are running at 50%. Conservatives are running at 44%. So that's solid showing. The NDP, I'm sorry to say, Kathleen, have gone fishing. So we are looking at a 6-point gap for the Liberals over that. I think some of these seat totals will probably realign. Look at a riding like Sean Fraser's right now. Advance votes aren't in, not the whole riding, obviously by a large stretch. And, you know, if the Liberals, you ask yourself, well, what does this tell us about the rest of the country? Well, if what this tells us about the rest of the country is the Liberals are going to be topping out at polling expectations, which is what 50% would put them at in this region, and if they're running 6% ahead of the Conservatives, they're going to like a lot what happens to them come BC and Ontario. So I'm not convinced that this is necessarily as demoralizing for the Liberals as it might appear.
I think the reason that maybe people are looking, that we're all looking at what this might mean, is because the expectation, particularly in Atlantic Canada, Kathleen, was that things had swung even more so to the Liberals, and that would translate through efficiency to, you know, flipping some seats, for example. We saw in Central Nova that one of the ones they were focused on didn't end up being the case.
And also, it's one of their traditional areas of strength, right? The Atlantic. And that was what's so exciting about when the Conservatives thought they were going to be sweeping the Atlantic and sweeping the Rock of Newfoundland. And so this flip, or at least it looks like it might be, you know, it's still too early to tell, but, and New Democrats, to be clear, never expected, you know, we had some hopes for Halifax, certainly, and that's certainly disappointing. I mean, there's a riding. Alexa McDonough used to run in that riding. Megan Leslie ran there, and Lisa Roberts. Not that long ago, right? And there were days, you know, when I used to work on the Hill where we used to have Peter Stauffer, Yvonne Gaudin, Jack Harris, many other candidates, but it hasn't been an area of strength for New Democrats for some time.
It does show you, though, one of the narratives, Corey, coming into this was the coalescing of support around two parties. I know Kathleen mentions it's not like all the hopes for the NDP were pinned in Atlantic Canada, but even that popular vote that Scott described is very much a manifestation of what we saw throughout the campaign.
Yeah, I think that's right. What I find interesting in what we're seeing in these numbers is, you know, the polling averages, which are a little bit more shaky in small regions like Atlantic Canada, they're like plus minus 6%. But even on that, you're seeing the Liberals underperform by, you know, 4 or 5 points. The Conservatives overperform by 4 or 5 points. I'll be really watching to see when we get into Quebec and Ontario, where there's a lot more polling and where those polling variances are probably, you know, under 2%, whether or not you're seeing an overperformance or not. And if you are, you know, is it the new voter thing that you were talking about? Is it you know, some weakness in the Liberal campaign in the dying days? Is it the, you know, the push to pull Poilievre from ads and focus more on a party ballot question as opposed to a leadership frame in which they do perform much better? But, you know, we'll see.
Yeah, as those results do start to come in, because we've got about 50 minutes, Omar, until polls close in 267 ridings, which is a huge part, obviously, of the country, and some early results coming in from Quebec now.
Yeah, so as you rightly pointed, I mean, the bulk of those results from Quebec will be coming in about 50 minutes' time, but we are getting early results from parts of Quebec. And let's take a look right now at Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, and Listigouge, where we see that Diane Laboutier is trailing. The Liberal incumbent is trailing, and the Bloc Québécois, Alexis Deschênes, has a lead of about 60 votes right now. So as we've been saying, again, the bulk of those results from Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and the Northwest Territories will be coming in about 50 minutes' time, and that's a huge section in terms of seat counts. So we've got about 267 seats represented by those provinces. So that should be an interesting wave.
It will, and I don't know if you, but you're hearing from this, but I'm hearing from a lot of people who are trying to get stuff from Elections Canada, unable to do so. Something's going on with the website. Let's get an update from our breaking news desk. Adrian Gabriel and Rachel Aiello are on that.
Yeah, we can confirm that Canadians across the country are still experiencing issues this hour. And now, Rachel, we have some confirmation.
That's right. So Elections Canada has confirmed to us that as of 7 p.m., they were made aware that some electors are having difficulties accessing their website. They say they are currently investigating the issue. We don't know yet the nature of this outage. Elections Canada also taking to social media to let folks know that if they need to get their polling place, check your voter information card, they can contact a local Elections Canada office or hit up a 1-800 number to get that information.
And this is concerning for multiple people who've been sharing those concerns online. We see David Moscrop writing, suboptimal to have the Elections Canada site down right now, and why is it so concerning, Rachel?
Well, beyond getting your polling place or the timing for your polling, there is so much other information for voters on Elections Canada's website, information about their candidates, information about misinformation, Adrian. They've made a big effort in this campaign to post online a lot of information debunking things they're seeing surface. So not having that accessible right now is something I'm sure Elections Canada is trying to work hard to get rectified quickly.
A concerning developing story we're going to keep an eye on.
All right, Adrian, Rachel, thank you so much. And again, important to underline here, as we have already, that despite the outage on the Elections Canada website, that does not affect the results that we are bringing you, the results that you're seeing on the bottom and to the right of your screen. So we will be updating those results in real time. This is separate from the outage happening at Elections Canada. We're going to take a quick break right now, and our coverage continues of Election 2025. Stay with us. And we're ready to make some more declarations here. CTV News declares that John Williamson, the Conservative incumbent in the riding of St. John St. Croix, has been re-elected, and so that is the declaration that we are prepared to make right now.
Yeah, John Williamson, I believe, first elected back in the 2011 majority of Stephen Harper. I think we have another declaration, if I am correct, that we are prepared to make. Maybe not. I'll wait to see if it shows up. Maybe, okay, we don't have it at this moment, but I promise you it's coming. We're going to throw things over to Heather, who is in studio with the State of Play.
Yeah, a really exciting time, Vashi. Now, as you said, we've got those declarations coming in, those calls happening from our decision desk, and this is where things start to really unfold. And it's really interesting to just look at the map of our country and see how it plays out in color form. We have the Liberals leading and elected in 22 ridings at the moment, the Conservatives in 10 ridings, the Bloc Québécois leading and elected in 1 riding. But behind all of the numbers would be the people. Those are you. Everybody who's perhaps at home watching and cast a ballot earlier today, the people behind the ballot. So I want to bring in Rupen Sioni of Environics Analytics. He's here with me this evening. Rupen, you're going to break down the demographics, the people behind the numbers, and you've actually divided the population into these really interesting segments.
We have. We take data on the population and estimate it down to the postal code, a rich view of demographics and finances and people's social values. And when we cross-reference that with Elections Canada data back from 2021, we get this rich portrait of different voters and how they vote in these local races. Now, it's interesting when you look at some of these segments like big city burbs, they're core Liberal voters in the Toronto and Vancouver suburbs. If you take another segment like older rustic, they're dyed-in-the-wool Conservative voters in most of the country. But we've been talking a lot about Atlantic Canada,
right?
And they're a bit of a battleground in Atlantic Canada.
Absolutely. And some ridings, as we know, can include 1 or 2 segments. So you and your neighbor may be in 2 totally different segments. So we're going to zoom into Nova Scotia here, and we're actually going to look at the riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Now, if you're not familiar with riding titles, perhaps this is the home of Lunenburg and the Bluenose, if you've had the luck to travel down there. So who lives here? Who are these voters?
Well, the primary segment here is that older rustic that I just mentioned. So these are retirees or people contemplating retirement. They tend to be on the lower middle income scale, and they make up most of this riding. Now remember, in this riding, the Conservatives won by about 8 points back in 2021. You know, you've got a lot of people here who are considering retirement. They're on modest incomes. If you look at the impact of the tariffs and the current environment here, they tend to be in jobs that are at high risk, and they have high financial vulnerability. So they're going to be concerned about what's to come to finance their lifestyles.
And patriotism. When it comes to being a proud Canadian, they're all in.
Well, emotions matter, right? In this election, as we've seen, they're very patriotic. They've got high Canadian pride. They're willing to pay more for Canadian products. So you know, that's.
And something else, sorry, Rupin, very important to people in Nova Scotia is healthcare as well.
Absolutely. So a lot of people here, as they age, are in fair or poor health. So they're going to be looking for who they think is going to best maintain that healthcare system.
Okay, and look how close it is, Rupin. So we have the Conservative incumbent, Rick Perkins, in the lead at the moment by just 102 votes. So a really tight race happening here between these 2 segments of the population.
That's right. It'll be interesting to see where, if the polling says with the NDP vote going elsewhere potentially this time, where that goes and whether the Liberals could pick this up.
Okay, a very tight race in this one riding. Back to you.
It's fascinating data when you look at it, Vashi, because it shows you what are the ballot box issues, what's driving people to the polls, even though the dominant narrative in this election has been one person, Donald Trump, south of the border. It is important, but there are so many other issues at play, too, in this election.
Yeah, people really care about their cost of living and what's going to happen with that.
Absolutely. Let's take it over to Anne-Marie with her panel. Anne-Marie.
Well, I'm not older or rustic, I don't think, anyway, but I'm heading fast in that direction. Let's talk about, again, the people in these ridings. And if we're looking at both the riding that the Conservatives have flipped and the ones that they possibly could, there's a story that's developing across the country, and that is that urban and rural divide. Tom, I see you nodding there. You and I were having this conversation earlier.
I completely agree with what you're saying, because we talk about divisions based on provinces and resource-producing provinces versus industrial and so forth. But you notice across Canada that there is a big division between the large urban centres and the rural areas. The large urban centres tend to be dominated by the Liberals, you know, think Toronto, Montreal. But in the outlying areas, in Ontario and in Quebec, you see a lot of blue. In Quebec, it could be 2 shades of blue. It could be conservative or bloc. Yeah. But it's a reality across Canada. And whatever else happens tonight, when we come out of this election, there's going to have to be some bridge building. And it's not just province to province. I think we have to take into account the reality of rural Canada as well. And I don't think we do that enough. I live in the country, by the way.
Yeah. James, you're nodding there?
Yeah, sure, and that's part of it, like bridging the 2 conversations, that and then the numbers that we're looking at here, right? There are polls that are coming in. We assess them 22 to 10, the seat totals now. But we don't know which of those polls are, right? If the rural ones are coming in, that may be more accretive to one political party or another. But starting off the broadcast, I said, you know, in 2015, Justin Trudeau won 32 of 32 Atlantic seats. That didn't happen. Stephen Harper won 14 of 32 seats when we won a majority in 2011. That didn't happen. The Conservative vote floor is high, and it's higher this election than it was in the last election. We've got more votes, a couple more seats we'll see. But if more votes is more efficient in the other provinces, that could be a very good night for the Conservatives. But we'll have to wait and see.
I know everybody here understands that language, but for the people at home, when we're talking about vote floor, what does that mean? Can you explain that?
The minimum number of seats that the Conservatives are most likely to win. That floor of the minimum number of seats is higher. It's gotten high. It was higher under Andrew Scheer than it was in 2015 under Stephen Harper. It got higher under Aaron O'Toole. The floor was, the efficiency of the vote wasn't there. Pierre Poilievre has raised it higher. So the question is now, if it's 22-10 out of the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada, if the vote is more efficient in the rest of the country than it seems like it so far is in Atlantic Canada, if that vote, because I think in the popular vote, it's 50-43 right now. 50 Liberal, 43. That's good for the Liberals. It's also very good for the Conservatives. Nick Nanos, there's not a single pollster in the country, not one, that said the Conservatives would be at 43% Atlantic Canada.
Right.
Again, early, we'll see. We don't know if that's suburban, urban, or rural. We'll know that in the fullness of time. But if that 43 number and the velocity of that Conservative vote spills into the other provinces and they turn out and it's more efficient in other parts of the country, like the 905, like 604, 416, then that could mean we might have a very good night for the Conservatives. But we'll have to wait.
What would the Conservatives have to do, Rana, maybe I'll throw this to you, in order to speak directly to the voters in that part of the country? Issues with around fisheries, for example, and the idea of who's going to protect our industry, who's the leader best, who can best do that? Where do they have to reach out? Where do they have to convince them that this, maybe there needs to be a change?
I mean, Pierre announced doubling of funding for small craft harbors. There hadn't been new funding and investment in that for quite some time. He supported the LNG project in Newfoundland and Labrador. Remember, Mark Carney not only said no to the 5 demands from the energy sector, he also is introducing a larger industrial carbon tax and a brand new carbon tax, which is a tariff adjustment on the border. So everything coming in from imports coming into Canada will be taxed, tariffed for carbon. So people that understand energy understand what that means. Anyone who works in heavy industry understands what that means. Not everybody was talking about this, but people in the energy sector were talking about this. So interesting to see if that resonated with voters, if they understood that this is an attack on industry across Canada, but specifically an attack on oil and gas. And that's important in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah, Christy?
Well, I think, rural and urban is really important, always has been.
Yeah.
But in this election, we've really noticed how age really is going to make a difference here. So older voters have been really worried about stability, about the safety of their savings, all of those things related to the Trump issue. That's been good for Carney. Young voters have been really interested in what's going on with some of the things that Ron has been talking about. How do I get a house? How do I get a job? How do I build my wealth? So there's an issue there, I think, with the voter intensity, the number of them that are likely to show up. And what's been interesting in an older region like the Atlantic Canada, to see the Conservatives do as well as they have. I will say, I'm watching closely David Miles, who's a great Canadian songwriter, who's doing very, very well in Fredericton. And I think that's a good example of how a young candidate, kind of can transcend some of those trends that you're seeing out there. And the other one, of course, is Lisa Harris and Miramichi. It's a very close race out there. The woman's a firecracker. And if she wins that riding, it's good for the Liberals tonight.
That's a firecracker coming from a firecracker.
Absolutely.
Harjit, what would you like to say?
Oh, when it comes to the Atlantic, I think when we look at the urban-rural areas and you boil it down to the individual families, and somebody's casting their vote, they're looking at what, regardless of age, they're going to be looking at how it's going to be impacting me. Yeah. And I think in the Atlantic provinces, it really contrasts significantly in the rural urban areas. Goody Hutchings, who when I worked with her, she really kind of emphasized the importance of what we needed to do. For example, when there's a climate crisis like hurricanes that are coming up, it impacts communities very, very differently. And I know that Mark Carney's first stop was actually into the Atlantic when the campaign had started. And he understands that, there's a lot of opportunities that are out there when it comes to the energy sector as well. Yeah. How do we support small communities? But let's not also forget how the impact that Donald Trump will have on your pocketbook as well. So when we look at the challenges of the cost of living, that Donald Trump is also going to be playing into this mix as well. Thank you.
Yeah. The other show, when I'm not here, I'm at CTV Your Morning, so plug for our coverage tomorrow on our results day that's coming up. But I wanted to talk about, we took the show on the road to New Brunswick and to St. John in particular. And one of the big conversations there that we haven't talked about yet is the importance of immigration to that region and regions like it in Atlantic Canada. And how does that play out when we take a look at people at the ballot box and who they want to vote for?
Well, this is something that was actually very pleasantly surprised when I first got into government, how welcoming the Atlantic provinces were to immigration. Remember during the Syrian refugee crisis and the success story that became. We need good labor. The Atlantic province fully appreciate this. So you need good policies in place. You got to be able to work with the provinces. And I think the Atlantic province has actually done quite well. We did, I think... they're
one of the parts of the country saying we want people to be here.
Absolutely.
We need more immigration.
I actually trained in Fredericton, New Brunswick when I was in the military. And it's completely different from when you visit now, right? But the thing is, when we look at immigration, we do look at it differently. We can't have it just polarizing in certain areas, and that kind of creates that negative narrative sometimes.
But, you know, I think housing and immigration are inextricably linked in lots of parts of the country. So certainly you go to Atlantic Canada, people are incredibly welcoming. I mean, the Lebanese community is a founding community of Halifax. But you go to a city like Vancouver or Calgary or Toronto, places that are really struggling with housing, that's where the issues become more complicated. It's about settling people well, helping them immigrate, giving them an opportunity to be able to participate. And I think we will probably, you know, post-election on your Monday, on your tomorrow's show.
Tomorrow morning live from
Tomorrow morning live at 6 to 9. I think you'll probably be talking about how that ultimately affected this election result.
All right. Panel, thanks so much. We're going to send it back to Vashti Omar.
You're not sleeping tonight, are you, Adbury?
I'm not, as a matter of fact.
Straight to your show. But certainly some, Vashti, you know, important factors here. You've got a gender divide in this country. You've got a generational divide in this country. And as Tom mentioned, too, you've got the urban-rural split happening, too. So we'll see how all that factors in when our next batch of votes come in about half an hour's time, when the bulk of those polls close. We've got some potential seat changes that we've got.
Yeah, we do. We've got some Conservative pickups, some Liberal losses, and an early Bloc pickup, as well as the very first results from Quebec start trickling in. As you mentioned, the big tranche of seats or ridings where we'll start getting results, 267 of them. We're just 33 minutes away, and you're looking here at some results coming in as well. Very tight race between the Liberal and the Conservative there. This is a significant one, Central Nova. Sean Fraser, cabinet minister for a number of years, in a very tight race.
Very tight.
We're going to keep our eye on that one. We've got a lot more coverage coming up. We're going to take a quick commercial break right here at CTV News. More special election 2025.
Welcome back to our special coverage of election 2025. In about a half an hour's time, we'll see polls close in several parts of the country: in Quebec, in Ontario, in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories. 267 seats up for grabs in those provinces and territories. I want to head over to Heather Butts right now. Heather, what have you got?
Omar, thank you. We are going to be taking a look at some projections for some really interesting ridings that we are looking at all evening. I'm bringing in our pollster, Nick Nanos, the man behind the numbers here for us this evening, Nick. So we're going to take a look at some interesting heats that are popping out for you tonight.
Oh, absolutely. And all this has to do with kind of the intensity of support, you know, basically across the country. And, you know, the thing is when we're looking at some of these scenarios, the key thing, Heather, to look at is 62 ridings are too close to call. If you see on the map anything that is black, that means it's a toss-up. But, you know, the thing is that there's still a lot of ridings that we don't know how they'll swing tonight, depending on the voter turnout and also the results of the advanced polls.
Yeah, certainly a lot of time to get through this evening, Nick, to see how it plays out. So we're going to start in Quebec, and as you mentioned, the black there, these ridings too close to call. But as we zoom into the greater Montreal area, Nick, we see that lone NDP riding,
yep.
But then a few others at play here.
Absolutely. You can see in the South Shore of Montreal, you know, a number of ridings that are in play fundamentally between the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals, and it speaks to kind of outside of Montreal and the South Shore, ridings that will be critical in terms of shaping the next federal government, in terms of the number of seats, and also the future of the Bloc Québécois in terms of how they perform in this particular election.
That's right. We've been talking so much about the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals, and if the Liberals can steal their votes this evening. So we're going to move on now, switching provinces, heading over to Ontario, and we're going to narrow in on the greater Toronto area. Yep. Nick, once a Liberal stronghold, not so much at the moment.
Yeah, well, still pretty good. I think compared to where they were in December, that's looking very good for the Liberals because, you know, they were really way behind. And, you know, as of April the 26th, you can see still in the old city of Toronto, the Liberals doing well. That's Toronto, St. Paul's, that is a toss-up right now. But, you know, when you look at the Oakvilles, the Mississaugas, that the Liberals still have the advantage. But, you know, the thing is the Conservatives in the suburban areas, especially north of Toronto, doing really well.
And again, this is your polling research as of April 26th. I just want to remind our viewers of that. All right, let's get out of Ontario now, head right over to the West Coast, zero in on British Columbia, and taking a look at the Metro Vancouver area. Nick, we know this province really crucial for the NDP tonight, but your polling showing otherwise.
Yeah, you know, the thing is that when we look at British Columbia, you know, it's a toss-up between the Conservatives and the Liberals. You know, the Conservatives do very well in the interior, but when you zoom into the lower mainland, you can see the Liberals benefiting from those three-way splits and doing really well in Vancouver. You can see the NDP, we have declared for one. Jagmeet Singh's riding, if you look at it, at risk in terms of him potentially losing in Vancouver.
Will be incredible. We're keeping a close eye on that. Moving over to Vancouver Island, Nick, a lot of Conservative territory here, but not if we head to the south.
No, when you get into the south, we can see Elizabeth May's riding of Saanich Gulf Islands and also Esquimalt for the Liberals. So we see Elizabeth May's riding potentially at play, challenged by the Conservatives. You know, the Conservatives doing really well on the island, at least in the latest round of research.
Okay, and I want to remind our viewers of this is what it looked like at dissolution. So we just did a major flip here, Nick.
Yeah, wow, absolutely. You can see the Conservatives improving their fortunes on the island. And, you know, the thing is for the New Democrats, this is where it really is that, you know, Vancouver Island and the lower mainland will make or break the New Democrats and Jagmeet Singh. If the Conservatives pick up seats, that'll be good news for Pierre Poilievre.
All right, Nick, we'll see how this polling plays out as the evening goes on. We'll send it back over to the studio.
All right, Heather, Nick, thank you so much. That island story is very interesting as well. Vancouver Island, 6 of the 7 seats were held by the NDP. And in BC, you know, 12 of the 24 seats were held by the NDP. So whatever happens in that province, but particularly on Vancouver Island, could determine what the impact is on Jagmeet Singh's political future.
Yeah, their strategy really entailed focusing on those incumbent seats as well. We want to turn to some of the other parties to start off and check in on the headquarters, how things are going. We'll start with Mike Couture. He's with the Liberals in Ottawa. If you look at any of the polling aggregators, right now the popular vote that the Conservatives have at this juncture in Atlantic Canada, Mike, is lower than was anticipated. The Conservatives is higher than what was projected. What are you hearing on the ground there about how much they're reading into that?
Yeah, I think they're all looking at these results and waiting. They continue to say that this is early times right now, Vashi. But you'd have to think by looking at that and the number of times that the Liberals have been out to Atlantic Canada, I mean, you just have to think about how Mark Carney went out there and had that sort of impromptu street hockey game in one of the laneways there, and that was in Colchester, Cumberland, and that riding that they were hoping to take. You have to think that they might be just a little bit disappointed right now as they they're seeing some of these numbers come up. I did reach out to the campaign, ask where Mr. Carney is and how he is feeling. He is watching these results come in from a hotel in downtown Ottawa, and somebody from his campaign did tell me that he's confident with the campaign that they've run, and they believe it's now up to Canadians to make their voices heard, and they will continue to be watching these results. But certainly a number of staffers that I've been trying to talk to here, asking them about them, and they said, look, we've put in the work at this point. Now it is up to the Canadians to decide, and it is, this going to be a very long night. I think everybody in this room, staff included, believe that it will be a very long night, and they are hoping that these numbers continue to shift in their direction. Vashi.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Very much a wait-and-see thing. I'm looking at some results coming in from Central Nova, of course, long held by the McKay dynasty. Sean Fraser in a fight for his seat at this point.
This is a dramatic story.
It is a dramatic story. Sean Fraser, minister who held two big portfolios under the Trudeau government, in particular immigration and housing at some pretty crucial times for each of those files, said he was quitting. Then Mark Carney came on board. He said he's coming back right as the election started, and now it's not a given at all for him.
And that's what makes this election so exciting. Mike said this is going to be a long night. Certainly some very, very interesting storylines right across the country. Let's go to Abigail Beeman, who is with the Conservatives now. Abigail.
Hi, I'm glad you brought up Central Nova because I was with the Conservatives in Central Nova at that rally where they had both Elmer MacKay and Peter MacKay speaking, giving Pierre Poilievre an endorsement, and it was really interesting to watch that on the ground. They also invoked late Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, who held that riding as well, and you really paint the picture of that longtime Conservative stronghold, but held for the last, since 2015 by Sean Fraser. And interesting to watch this race now. I remember speaking to one of the Conservative supporters there who told me that the local Conservative candidate there had told him he thought it would be a 50-50 shot at best. So I guess exceeding expectations at this point. But again, the same message from the Conservative campaign at this moment on the ground. Atlantic Canada overall far exceeding their expectations, and that's putting some wind in their sails for the start of the night, although of course acknowledging that things are still early and they're still feeling confident about Ontario when those results come in, and eventually BC as well. And like Mike Lukatour, I've also asked about party leader Pierre Poilievre, and like Mark Carney, he's also at a downtown Ottawa hotel watching the results with his family. We've asked for some images of that. It seems unlikely that we will get them, but we will keep you posted about that, and I've asked for some updates about how he's feeling at this point in the night, again watching the results with his family, and a room here that's anxious for more results to come in. Back to you.
All right, and we'll see if that optimism, that trend line continues as the votes come in several other provinces and territories in about 22 minutes time now.
Yeah, is this just a microcosm of what's to come, or it's sort of an anomaly? That will certainly be the question as those big results do start to trickle in. We'll head over to BC, get a check-in on New Democrats and their headquarters with Judy Trinh. Judy, I know their focus is far west and their polls close much later, but what do they think of these early results?
Well, I can tell you that there is a disappointment, not that they were expecting to win anything in Atlantic Canada, but they were expecting to have a better showing than what they what the results have shown. And what I can also tell you is that they're watching what is going on in Southwest Ontario very carefully. And the reason for that is that the NDP say that they have more than, they have endorsements from unions that represent more than 1 million voters. So that is strong union support. We know that Southwestern Ontario is the manufacturing heart of Canada. So whether or not they remain NDP in some of those ridings in Windsor and London, that will show exactly where the support is turning. Or did they shift because of the trade war in support of Mark Carney, or did they shift towards the Conservatives because of affordability issues? And I can also tell you that I'm not sure if our viewers are aware that in terms of where CTV TV reporters are assigned that we rotate between parties. We cover the Liberals, we cover the Conservatives, and the NDP, so we get a sense of what is going on. And what I can tell you is that last weekend, I was with the Conservatives, and I was in these communities in the Greater Vancouver area. And when I speak to these immigrant communities, as I was at the Visaki Festival, which had more than 500,000 Indo-Canadians, basically many of them within the Sikh community, take part in this festival. And what they were telling me was that they were concerned about cost of living. They were concerned about crime issues. They were concerned about housing. Those are issues that skew very closely to the Conservative platform. So are we going to see a shift of NDP to the Conservatives? So that is something that perhaps is an underlying factor that the polls may not reveal, that the internal polling of the Conservatives may have shown that strength. However, the NDP remain confident that they will maintain party status. Vashi and Omar, they are confident that they should get between 12 and 15 seats according to their own internal polling. So it's left to be seen.
All right. Thanks, Judy. Appreciate it. Checking in there at NDP headquarters over in British Columbia.
Lots at stake for the NDP. Jeremy Charron is following the Bloc Québécois in Montreal tonight, and also lots at stake for the Bloc Québécois in Quebec, Jeremy. I'm thinking of a riding in particular, such as La Salle et Marc Verdun, where in that by-election last year, you had a situation where the Bloc Québécois was able to steal it from the Liberals. They obviously want to retain that win, but they're struggling heading into the polling for tonight.
Absolutely, Omar. That riding is a perfect example of kind of some of the struggles or the battles the Bloc Québécois expect to face tonight. La Salle et Marc Verdun, a seat that flipped in a by-election to the Bloc, and you know, many experts, pollsters weighing in that was largely due to Justin Trudeau's unpopularity here in the province. That seat, most experts now expect to return to the Liberals. Early days here in Quebec in terms of results. We're starting to see some early results roll in. I'm looking already at a very tight race in Gaspésie-les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, where the Liberal incumbent is in a very tight race with the Bloc candidate. Only about a 30-point difference there, a 30-vote difference at the moment. Early days, of course, but the Bloc supporters here are waving their Quebec flags. They're excited, they're optimistic, and the message I keep hearing, you know, they've been rolling through speakers here on stage and on the video screen. They have been, you know, pushing over the last few days, and the leader, Yves-François Blanchet, has. They feel as though the Liberals will form government, and so they have been driving home that they need to send as many Bloc MPs to Ottawa as possible. That has been the message.
All right, Jeremy Charron at Bloc Québécois headquarters there. Thank you.
We're just keeping our eye on some of these results. We are less than 20 minutes away, just 17 minutes away from the bulk of polls closing across the country in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and Northwest Territories. 267 ridings in all. We're going to start to see whether some of what has emerged in Atlantic Canada, you know, transpires in other parts of the country. I'm just looking at this battle we were talking about in Central Nova. Abigail bringing up some interesting points about the Conservative focus there, the McKay's sort of legacy in that riding. But Sean Fraser and Bryce Jenkins, the Conservative candidate, neck and neck. Of course, Sean Fraser, a minister under the Trudeau government, and the incumbent in the riding. Who better to give us reaction to that dogfight than our Todd Battis, our senior anchor rather, at CTV News in Atlantic Canada. Todd, what's your read on this?
Well, Vashi, this is really interesting. And, you know, just in the days leading up to this, Pierre Poilievre had not made a visit to Nova Scotia. So when he did come late in the campaign, the one rally he held was in Central Nova. And you saw Elmer MacKay and Peter MacKay, and they really are the elder statesmen of northern Nova Scotia. They came out and rallied in his support, endorsed him, and that was late in the campaign, so it'd be interesting to know if that had really an effect that may be giving Bryson Jenkins a bit of a push now. He's starting to separate a little bit, although, as you mentioned, it is quite close, but that would be quite something, and the Conservatives would be happy about that. I just want to mention something on the point that Judy Trin made about the NDP. In the Halifax riding, it was a vacant riding, and there was to be a by-election before the federal election was called, and the NDP had high hopes of winning that. Their candidate, Lisa Roberts, is currently third in the city of Halifax. It's already been declared elected by CTV News for the the Liberal candidate there. But that gives you a sense of what's happening to the NDP vote in the Maritimes. But we'll keep an eye on that one in Central Nova as well. Cumberland Colchester, Dr. Stephen Ellis for the Conservatives is in a real tight race, and he has maintained a slight lead. Okay, let's check out what's going on in Quebec and hand things over to Matsumi.
Todd, the Conservatives had high hopes in Quebec, and I'm sure they're watching the results coming from Atlantic Canada with a lot of interest. At one point, they were even hoping for a blue wave here in Quebec, but then came Mark Carney and Donald Trump, and we know what happened then. The polls have the Conservatives third in this province, behind the Liberals in the Bloc. Their only stronghold is in the Quebec City region. That's where they're hoping for gains tonight by taking seats from the Bloc. Now, the Conservatives haven't won a riding on the island of Montreal since 1988. They've got their sights set on Mount Royal. Now, that's a riding with a large Jewish population. The Conservatives have Neil Oberman. He's a lawyer known for supporting the Jewish community. He's challenging the Liberal incumbent there, Anthony Housefather, very popular there, also known for his strong support of the Jewish community and for English language rights. But the Conservatives have put a lot of energy and effort to try to get this riding. We go to Ottawa now. Patricia?
Matsumi, thank you. One riding we're keeping a close eye on here this evening, the suburb of Canada, home of the Canadian Tire Centre, which some of you hockey fans may be familiar with. It's where incumbent Jenna Sudds is looking to hold her seat up against Conservative Greg Kung, NDP candidate Melissa Simon, Jennifer Purdy with the Greens as well. Now, Sudds is a former Ottawa City Council, replaced Karen McCrimmon back in 2021 and served as Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. I was actually there on this night in 2021 doing an interview with Jenna when CTV declared her elected, so got to break the news to her, which is one of the fun moments really with reporting on election night. Now, this is a riding that has voted Liberal the last 3 consecutive elections, but it has undergone some boundary changes, those boundary changes that Mark Carney was unaware of at one point, sort of swapped some land with those 2 ridings, Nepean and Canada. And the margin of victory for the Liberals in this riding has tightened in each of the past 3 elections, so it'll be an interesting one to watch tonight. Over to Toronto now, and Michelle.
Patricia, Toronto and the Greater Toronto area has millions of voters and a whole bunch of seats, nearly 60. And among those seats, there are a number of potential swing seats. We know that the Conservatives, one that they're targeting is Aurora, Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill. This one had the slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals in this part of the country in 2021, just over 3%. And the Conservatives have a solid candidate in Kostas Menegakis. He was an MP in a neighboring riding of Richmond Hill. He's looking to get back to Ottawa, but Leah Taylor-Roy, she's hoping for a second term, and now she has this renewed Liberal Party behind her. But if the Conservatives manage to flip this one blue, might this signal success on the national level? We know that Pierre Poilievre and Mark Carney have campaigned heavily in the GTA, and it really might boil down to which of their messages resonated more, Carney's experience, not experiment, or Pierre Poilievre's message of change. The polls close here in just over 10 minutes, so we're going to be getting some results. It'll be really interesting. But for now, let's go over to Calgary.
Thanks, Michelle. Now, we know that Alberta isn't exactly Liberal territory. In fact, they've only ever held 4 seats in this province. The first time was in 2015. That was Justin Trudeau's first term. Then you have to go all the way back to 1968 under his dad, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. But there is one riding that we're watching tonight that could be a pickup. So this is Calgary Skyview. George Chahal won this for the Liberals in 2021, but he's not running there this time. He's running in McKnight, which is a new riding. That's because most of old Skyview is now in new McKnight. The Liberal candidate in Skyview is a local business person. He's not particularly well known. He's not going to have the same kind of name recognition that Chahal did. But what may benefit him is some general disgruntlement, did I just make a word up there, toward the Conservatives right now. And I'll tell you why. It's because the Conservative Party appointed both of the candidates for McKnight and Skyview. And there were a number of potential candidates who were hoping to run in those 2 ridings. They had spent about a year fundraising and door knocking and signing up members. And a lot of their voters have been telling us that they're really angry about this. So Skyview might be a place that could be a pickup for the Liberals tonight because people are upset with the Conservatives. We'll be watching it. Let's go to Mi Jung in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. Well, we have seen, as you were mentioning earlier, the Conservative support actually higher than expected in Atlantic Canada. If that trend continues, the Conservatives could have a good chance of flipping some seats here in BC. One of them is Similkameen, South Okanagan. In 2021, it was a close race with the Conservatives less than 2 points behind the NDP. We're also watching Richmond East, Steveston. Now, this has a history of flipping between Liberal and Conservative. Richmond residents have been quite vocal about their concerns over public drug use, safe consumption sites. So we'll see if the Conservative stance on drug addiction will sway Richmond voters away from the Liberal incumbent. Nanaimo Ladysmith, also one to watch. Last time it was a tight three-way race. This time it's actually a four-way race with the Green candidate Paul Manley in the mix. Crime, homelessness, big issues in Nanaimo as well. Will that shift the riding from green to blue? BC voters have about 40 minutes left before polls close. Back to you.
All right, Mijung, thank you. And before that, of course, a big wave of results expected in about 10 minutes' time, certainly from Ontario, which is a massive battleground. And I'll be looking at sort of those early results from, obviously, the GTA, the 905, but also Peterborough, which is a bellwether. The way Peterborough goes, so too does the rest of the country most times. So that'll be one to watch.
Yeah, and some interesting ridings that Michelle was talking about, particularly in Aurora, that were very, very narrow wins for the Liberals in the last election. The Conservatives looking to flip those. That's a, if they could start to flip the 905, it's a different narrative as well. I think we can swing over now to Heather, who will probably have a more in-depth explanation of what I just said.
Hey, thanks so much, Vashi. Yes, we are actually going to be taking a look at the people who are casting a ballot and the people who are electing those heading to Ottawa in this next term, right, Nick?
Yep.
And we're going to be looking at advanced polls. Of course, we're talking about voter engagement. Everybody was saying how high engagement was during this election campaign, and it really showed with the early voter turnout. I will just note the ridings right now. We have the Liberals leading and elected in more than 20, I believe that was. It's 22, that was, excuse me. 7.3 million people voted, Nick, in advanced polls, 25% increase.
Yeah, that's really a good number. You know, the more people that vote, the better. But you know what, Heather? This is a big headache for pollsters and people wanting to project things because, you know, the thing is, those people at the advanced polls, the Conservatives usually do well. We don't know whether they are motivated Liberals and Conservatives or whether it's the Conservative ground machine, which has been very effective and is very well organized and very well funded, delivering the vote.
Okay, Nick, I only have 10 seconds left, but I do know that three really important ridings in the top 5.
Absolutely. With three leaders. You can see Pierre Poilievre, Mark Carney, and Elizabeth May. Interestingly, all in the top 5 for advanced poll votes.
What an incredible turnout. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. Those advanced votes, very curious to see as well. Sort of when they are counted, when they are fully counted, we're trying to get that information. We don't know exactly how much of that vote, for example, even in Atlantic Canada, has been accounted for. That could end up changing some of the vote totals, certainly, and skewing things in a different direction than we've seen so far, but that remains to be determined. So that'll be a key factor, not only in Atlantic Canada, Omar, but moving throughout the country as well.
That's a massive number, as Heather just pointed out, 7.3 million. It shows you the level of engagement there is in this election. And at the end of the night, it'll be interesting to see what the voter turnout was right across the country, to see if it was historic given the threats that we've been seeing from the U.S. or not. So, of course, a lot of data coming in after election night as well.
Yeah, I think the projection, if the advance vote were to hold, let's say, and be extrapolated out, would then be something in the neighborhood of 70%, which is we haven't seen since I believe it was 1993. I think I can throw over to Anne-Marie, who is going to talk to our panel about some of that stuff.
Well, yeah, and so that's what's a really interesting point, Vashi, is you have this giant surprise box that nobody knows what's inside. And a reminder to everybody at home, I know a lot of people have just gone through provincial elections in this last year. They're used to those results coming in fast because those are electronic. So to remind everybody at home, federal ballots are counted by hand, which is why we've got sort of this long waiting period while we start to see numbers come in. The same will hold true for advanced polls counted by hand, but they were counted either an hour or 2 hours before polls closing. Some ridings, I understand, are even waiting until all the ballots were in. So that's why we don't have this number. But back to this surprise box of all of these votes, this almost record turnout of voting. Like, how can this change things? And what are the parties anticipating that's inside? Rana, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I think of a new voter, I think of someone who's never voted before.
Sure.
And what's motivating them. A lot of them are younger, and I think they're coming off the sidelines because of the anger around the decline of our economy. We have a productivity problem, 6 quarters of productivity decline. We have 6.8% unemployment in this country. We are one of the most unaffordable places in the OECD to buy a house, 355% increase. That's how much it costs young people, even if they graduate with a degree or a trade skill.
Right.
They can never catch up when it comes to their wage, the growth of wages, to actually afford to buy a house. I think that's what's in that surprise box. People that are saying, this economy has left me behind, and I am motivated to get out and vote.
I can tell you, I voted in the advance polls, and it wasn't full of young people. It was full of a lot of middle-aged and older people.
Older rustic voters.
Well, no, not necessarily rustic, not in my neighborhood, but I would say it was older voters who, like my age and older, who were thinking to themselves, this is an incredibly consequential election, and we want to make sure the person who gets elected is someone we can count on and trust. So, I mean, I think the thing about the surprise box that's interesting, though, is we don't know which ridings where it's already been included, where we don't know which ridings where it's been counted, and so you take a riding like Central Nova. This could make a huge difference.
I'll give you a case.
And so we can't, it really makes the predictions difficult to understand.
2011, Orange Wave in Quebec, NDP does really well. Mark Garneau conceded defeat in Westmount, one of the safest Liberal ridings, but he eventually won once they counted the advance polls, because we had zero ground game in a lot of these ridings. We had very few members there, and especially in a place like Westmount. So once the Liberals had applied their ground game, they filled the advance poll, they counted up, they won considerably. So there can be real surprises as you open up the surprise boxes.
Archie, I'll let you
no, this is one that I was really interested in. I was surprised. So many people coming in the advance polls. So as I was talking, and now that I'm out, people are kind of opening up more to me. Again, the fear factor with Trump. Right, I think Canadians wanted to really make have a say, be part of the election coming up, get in early, make a choice, and show their patriotism in making a choice, regardless of who they're going to choose. I think that was my opinion, probably why we had larger numbers in the advance poll.
Surprises make for an interesting night, especially on election night. So we cannot wait to find out, what's already been opened, where we see the effects of that. Vashi Noma, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Anne-Marie, we've got just a couple minutes, guys, until the polls close in much of Canada. Scott, your thoughts on advance voting and how it may impact things?
Why don't I give you a specific example, just to lighten this conversation up. So we're watching Central Nova very closely, obviously. Sean Fraser's riding, very marquee riding in Atlantic. He's, behind by a handful of votes. I'm told by his riding that of the advance polls, 3 out of 25 of the advance polls have been counted, but only 3 out of the 25. So that gives you an indication of what Tom talking about, how you can come charging from behind. So when all of those are counted, my suspicion is Sean Fraser will win this riding. Because he's been in all 3 of the polls that have been counted from the advance, he's been well ahead. So we may see that phenomenon occur in a couple more of these Atlantic ridings. And again, popular vote overall and all the votes that have been cast, Liberals are ahead by 11%. So I'd be careful about extrapolating what we've seen so far and thinking that, the Conservatives are going to make massive gains on them.
The good thing is we only have about 30 seconds left until we know.
That's even better.
Until we start to know, I should say. Last 30 seconds to you, Corey.
Yeah, well, we do have a little bit of insight into who's voted in the advance polls, because there's been a lot of polling done of the electorate and asked the question, did you vote in the advance polls? And the data on that shows that it hasn't been that different than what we would typically see in an election. A lot more older voters voting than younger voters. And now that could be because it was over a long weekend. I don't know. We'll see. But we didn't see anything really surprising, or at least I didn't, in terms of the demographic complexion of those voters. It's probably more a reflection of who had a better ground game in a given riding, to the point that that Tom made earlier. Campaigns with more organization tend to do better in the advance polls.
And we shall see shortly. Kathleen, I'll get back to you in a moment, because we're just about a few seconds away from all of those 267 polls closing.
Yeah, we're about to get more of these political blanks being filled just moments from now. We're just getting prepared for the biggest wave of poll closings across the entire country. And within a matter of minutes, in fact, we'll have results from hundreds of ridings all the way west to Alberta. Stay with us. This is CTV Election 2025.
you're not just investing, you're trusting in our ETF experience. BMO ETFs, build on trust. More than 130 strategies to help you meet your investing goals.
This is the most consequential vote of our lifetimes. Donald Trump wants to break us.
We will build out the vision of an East-West nation that John A. brought to this country.
We're going to fight back and defend those jobs. We're going to fight back and defend our country.
We will support what is right for Quebec.
A vision where housing is a right, not a luxury.
CTV Election 2025. Once again, Omar Sachedina and Vashi Kapelos.
Welcome back to the heart of CTV News election headquarters, where the polls have now closed. Good evening. The tension is high, and so are the stakes. Canada's next government is beginning to take shape.
The party's final sprint for support all comes down to this: the end of a kind of unprecedented stretch. The unpredictability, as we've seen so far, though, far from over.
Here in studio, we're lucky to be surrounded by some of Canada's finest political minds as we examine just exactly how we got here and what happens next.
Heather Butts is with us with a look at how things are standing at this hour. Heather, I'll throw it over to you. Where do things stand?
Vashi, thanks so much. What an exciting evening. We've already seen those polls close in Atlantic Canada earlier this evening. Then, of course, now a massive portion of our country closing just now. But let's remind people of where we were at dissolution. So the standings at dissolution, the Liberals had 152 seats, the Conservatives 120, the Bloc Québécois 33, the NDP 24, the Green Party 2 seats in the House of Commons. Now, we do have a few more seats up for grabs this evening. That is because there is 1 additional seat in British Columbia, 3 in Alberta, and 1 more in Ontario. That is because of population growth, demographic change, and redistribution of ridings. So we have 5 additional seats. So we once had 338 members in the House of Commons, and that this evening we will have 343 elected and heading to Ottawa. But of course, the main number that we are keeping a very close eye on this evening is 172. That is the number required for majority. Of course, the governments, the parties vying for that number this evening. Now, let's take a look at the House projections. This is from the CTV News decision desk. Right now, projecting that the Liberals could get a range of seats anywhere from 138 to 176, perhaps crossing that majority marker of 172. The projections for the Conservatives getting a range of anywhere from 114 to 148. Now, of course, these numbers are based on polling data, historical analysis, and a lot of number crunching goes into this. But these numbers will shift throughout the evening as your votes are counted. We'll, of course, keep a very close eye on the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. Right now, projecting anywhere from 15 to 38 seats for the NDP this evening. But again, those numbers will change as your votes are counted. This is a forecast, and the range will ebb and flow this evening as parties perform. 172, though, that is the magic marker, if you will, the number that we're keeping a very close eye on as this evening unfolds. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. That's Heather Butts with some early projections. And the big news right now is that polls in much of the country, the bulk of ridings, the majority of them, 267, have just closed. I want to throw up, it's very early, like we were a little while ago with Atlantic Canada. Very few polls reporting, but some initial results. For example, in François-Philippe Champagne's riding, he is currently the Minister of Finance. He, too, decided, like Mélanie Joly, not to run for the leadership of the party once Mark Carney announced he would intend to do so. He has a very small lead there. We can throw it over to some more results.
Yeah, from Les Pays d'en Haut, the Liberal has a lead of 21 votes right now. Again, just two of the 236 polls reporting, because again, these polls just closed about 4 minutes ago, in fact. In Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, in Listigouche, this was one of the first Quebec polls to close. You see there that, again, the Liberal incumbent is trailing the Bloc Québécois candidate there, Alexis Duchesne, who has the lead right now.
In Essex, by the way, glad I didn't have to pronounce that riding. Very impressive. Chris Lewis with the lead, the incumbent, the Conservative incumbent in Essex. You can see, again, just one poll reporting there, but the results from provinces where polls have closed are starting to come in, including very quickly here, a lead for David McGuinty, currently serving as the Minister of Public Safety. He's the incumbent in the riding. The McGuinty family, of course, well known in the province of Ontario. Leslyn Lewis, the incumbent in Haldimand, Norfolk. She is kind of one of the front bench people in some respects for the Conservative Party. She ran for the leadership a number of years ago. Just one poll reporting there, but she does hold a lead of 48 votes.
And the reason this next batch is so significant, as we mentioned, is just because of the rich seat count there is, right? We know that there are 343 seats up for grabs, and the region we're talking about now, Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, represent 267 of those 343. So things are about to get extremely, extremely interesting. In Yellowhead, we've got some more results here. We know that the Conservative has a lead of 145 votes. Again, quite early in this region of the country, just one of the 252 polls reporting, Vashi.
And I think do we have some additional results coming in? I think so. Yeah, we're looking over. Oh, now we're into Alberta. Lethbridge, Rachel Thomas, who's the incumbent there, public safety critic, among a host of other things for the Conservative Party. She's, you know, at one poll reporting has a lead, not a surprise. Michelle Rempel-Garner, 6 polls reporting a commanding lead of nearly 1,000 votes for her. I would be shocked if anything different happened in that riding. It's a very safe Conservative seat, and she's a very well-known member of Parliament in Calgary.
In Surrey Moose Mountain, we see here that the Conservative is leading substantially by a vote lead of 407 votes. Again, just one of the 211 polls reporting there. Battleford's Lloydminster, Meadow Lake, Rosemary Falk, the Conservative incumbent, with a lead of 1,500 votes right now.
And Alberta, another one of those places, and we heard this earlier from Tara Nelson, looking to see if there's any movement in some of the ridings. The Liberals had hope, hey, if things are as good as we think they might be, we could swing there. So far, no evidence of that, but obviously very, very early. And Lloydminster, not one of the ones they thought they could pick up, but Lethbridge, perhaps, south of there.
Yeah, Alberta, obviously, as we know, Conservative stronghold, but we'll see if there are any gains that other parties are able to make there. Again, those results just trickling in as the polls have just closed about 7 minutes ago in the bulk of the country. We will be bringing those to you, but this is significant, this batch of results, Vashi.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, basically the path to government has to go through Ontario and Quebec, and the path to a majority certainly has to go through both of those provinces for whomever is able to secure government. I think particularly in certain parts of Ontario, we've heard it from many people tonight, but the Greater Toronto area, like if this is not going to be what the Liberals thought it was going to be, we're going to know there, right? The Conservatives will make significant gains there, or some gains there, that will indicate something different happening in Ontario than perhaps the polls had predicted.
And so a couple of dominant storylines today, of course, who will win, who will form the next government, whether it's a majority or a minority. We could find that out momentarily. But then the other, storylines that come below that are the political futures of the other leaders. What happens on Vancouver Island with the Green Party's Elizabeth May, and also with Jagmeet Singh. We saw just moments ago that he was struggling in that Burnaby riding of his. So whatever happens in British Columbia, where obviously that is a party where they have the bulk of their seats, that will have a significant impact on the future of that leader as well. So lots of skin in the game.
Also struggling, Maxime Bernier, just one poll, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, currently in 4th place in that riding.
But there's so much skin in the game for all of these leaders. Obviously, Mark Carney wants to keep his job as Prime Minister. Pierre Poilievre wants his job. And then we talked about the others as well. Again, this riding of Beauce, where Maxime Bernier is in last place right now. Again, one poll reporting of 245, but the Conservative candidate leading there.
And we keep our eyes peeled for any additional results as they come in. I think there are some more. It's going to be a trickle for the beginning part because there's lots to count. There's also the huge advance vote portion. We've been talking all night about a record of 7.3 million Canadians. That all has to be counted as well. We're looking here at Ajax. We're getting closer to the Greater Toronto area. Just one poll reporting there with the Liberal leading Greg Brady, Jennifer McKelvey leading Greg Brady. We'll keep an eye, of course, on other ridings in the GTA. There are some specific ones where the Liberals eked out a victory, for example, in the last election. I mentioned Aurora before, where you're going to want to see if the Conservatives are able to flip there and what story that tells. The primary thing that I think we're watching for right now is there was some surprise in Atlantic Canada. The entire popular vote we don't think has been counted because of advance votes. But the idea that Sean Fraser's in a battle for his seat, the idea that the Liberals are underperforming polling projections for them in Atlantic Canada in the aggregate. The Conservatives are doing the converse. They're outperforming. The key question now throughout the next round of results is whether that translates, whether that is a trend or becomes a trend, because that will have a very different impact on the outcome.
And Heather had the floor, the ceilings for each of those parties just minutes ago. And even at the best case scenario for the Liberals right now, and again, the caveat there being that as the votes are counted, these floors and ceilings could change. But I believe that the ceiling that she had for the Libs was 178. So that is past majority territory, but not that much past. 172 is the number that we are looking for, majority territory. So we'll see if, you know, some of these trend lines that we've been seeing in Atlantic Canada develop through the rest of the country, and what these other ridings, 267 of them, tell us in the minutes to come, because a substantial amount of the votes are about to be counted. And by the way, these are all hand-counted ballots. We don't have computer systems or machines in this country to be able to do that. So at times it could take in certain ridings longer than others, particularly in the riding of Carleton, Pierre Poilievre's riding. We'll see and bring you those results as soon as they happen. But let's go right now to Geneviève Beauchemin, who is with the Liberals in Ottawa tonight. And Jen, what's the sentiment there right now?
Well, certainly it's not that workers are not concerned about the situation at Atlantic Canada. Certainly they're looking at those numbers. But what we're told is that they're looking, of course, much more closely right now at those numbers in Ontario, those numbers in BC. Vashi was talking about the fact earlier that a majority of government here goes through Ontario. They need Ontario, of course, to form a government. And that would be a very key part. But we're always told that there's the government in Ontario and the majority goes through Quebec. And those are the numbers they're looking at very closely. Right now, the atmosphere is changing a little bit here because people are starting to arrive. As those polls closed, the doors opened here, and so we're seeing some workers, some people who were volunteers trickling in, talking about what it's been like on the ground. We'd been told that with the party that, you know, they wanted those volunteers out there. They didn't expect anybody to be here much before 9:30. They wanted them to be out there working every single door to ensure that there would be coming, that there would be as many votes as possible. But now those people are starting to arrive here, and they're talking about what's it been like. There's still a lot of enthusiasm. There's still a lot of people who said, look, you know, a few months ago, this was such a different situation. Now we've been door knocking for several weeks, and we're talking to people. There's a lot more enthusiasm. We've been feeling it on the ground. We know that this is happening. We're just waiting to see exactly how that reflects in the numbers up there. But, you know, they've got their red dresses on. We've seen people with hockey shirts on, people coming here and are ready to celebrate here. They're just right now looking very closely at those numbers and seeing just, you know, just what kind of a party they may have tonight.
All right, still lots at stake, and we'll see what happens when those results start coming in.
Yeah, we're staying very focused on that ticker at the bottom to see where things stand. Big, huge number of ridings that will certainly inform our ability to be able to say what kind of government this is and who forms it. Let's check in with Abigail Beeman. She's with the Conservatives at this moment in time. Abigail, you've been saying they were kind of happy with the results in Atlantic Canada, surprised in a good way. What are they telling you about what they think their prospects are in Ontario, in Quebec, and some of the other bigger provinces that are less easy to predict than, for example, Alberta and Saskatchewan for them?
Right. Well, you know, you're telling me that you are closely watching that ticker, and I can tell you that everybody in this room is doing the exact same thing. When you look at the shots of the crowd here, we have people with their arms crossed, 10 sides on the screen. I've switched over to these headphone, microphone, earphone situation because it just got so loud in here the second there was anything positive sounding about those new results coming in. So this is a room that is very anxious for some good news. But to your question about what the campaigns are saying, or what the campaign is saying, so we have been told that Ontario is they're expecting a positive result. They have less to say so much about Quebec behind the scenes, but in Ontario, which is obviously incredibly important, we are told that they are expecting good things. So that is what we'll be watching, although I've been texting furiously with a number of campaign sources and nobody offering up anything new in the last few minutes, because I think safe to say it is a wait and see situation. Everybody with their eyes glued to the screen, and I just heard some boos. Not sure what came in over my shoulder there at this moment, but it's a very engaged crowd looking to see what comes in next.
All right, thanks so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Beeman for us at Conservative headquarters as they Like us, Omar, stay tuned for the results coming in from the majority of the seats reporting.
Also staying tuned is Judy Trinh with the NDP in Burnaby tonight, and polls closing there in about 16 minutes' time. And what happens in BC could very much determine Jagmeet Singh's future, Judy.
That's right. Omar, I want to tell you a little bit about what a campaign worker just told me about how difficult it has been campaigning on behalf of Jagmeet Singh in his riding of Burnaby Central. He said that in certain areas, because of redistricting, there are strong Liberal supporters there. But one of the challenges that campaign workers are facing in terms of getting out the vote is this idea of strategic voting. They are telling me that NDP supporters, which are usually a solid block for them, especially in this area of British Columbia in metropolitan areas, they're saying that NDP supporters are actually scared of Donald Trump, scared of Pierre Poilievre. And so what they are doing is that they are shifting their vote to the Liberals, to Mark Carney. And so the volunteers, the campaign workers, are spending a lot of time talking to these people, saying, please, you know what, we can be your voice. The NDP can be your voice in Parliament to be the voice of accountability. We were successful in pushing the former Liberal government to enact child care, pharmacare, as well as dental care. We were a key part of that. So they have to make this argument over and over again because there is this fear. Now, as the polls close in Ontario and Quebec, there are 6 seats that the NDP have. So those are in flux right now, and everyone's watching them very carefully.
All right, Judy Trinh, thank you so much in Burnaby, British Columbia.
An interesting story already beginning to develop in Quebec. We don't have final counts. Obviously, the polls just closed, but we can see, leading in a number of seats are Mark Carney's Liberals, who look to potentially pick up, at this point in time, 7 seats. The Bloc, another, the big story, it's at the Bloc's expense. They're down 6 seats at this point. They, of course, at dissolution were holding 33 of Quebec seats. Let's head to Jeremy Charron. He's actually at the Bloc Québécois headquarters, their campaign headquarters tonight in Montreal. Jeremy, give us a sense of what their expectations were and how this must be disappointing to them.
Yeah, absolutely, Vashi. I think supporters here are hoping those numbers are wrong, that's for sure. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record here, I'm going to repeat a bit of the same story as Judy just did, because interestingly, I just had conversations with campaign staff here that echo the exact same thing as Judy was just talking about. And, it makes sense because both the Bloc and the NDP have run a similar campaign here towards the end, pitching themselves as a party that could hold the balance of power and the importance of having that different voice in Ottawa. I just spoke to campaign staff here who say early on in this campaign, all they were hearing from voters was fears of Donald Trump and how they were, likely going to vote strategically to avoid a conservative government. What we saw kind of at the tail end of this campaign is some serious groundwork by the Bloc here, messaging change from their leader, Yves-François Blanchet, that, what we saw in the polling was a potential Liberal majority. And so the messaging here was, let's not let the Liberals get a majority. You don't need to fear about a conservative government getting in anymore. Instead, ensure you're sending enough Bloc MPs back to Ottawa to ensure that Quebec's priorities are a focus. So interesting to hear very similar stories here from Bloc Québécois campaign staffers as NDP staff, as both of those parties fight for kind of the same outcome here, or the same role, if you will, in the next government.
All right. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Jeremy Charron at the Bloc Québécois headquarters. That potentially emerging as a very significant storyline, in particular for the Liberals, if those numbers hold out and if the Bloc continues on this trend. You can see at the bottom of our screen now, very low seat count for them at this juncture. That could certainly help bolster the Liberals' chances overall. But we wait to see the final results.
And these numbers, as you saw, are fluctuating in real time. The Bloc just a couple minutes ago was at 11, and now is down to 8. And we knew heading into tonight, based on the polling, that the Bloc was vulnerable in the province of Quebec, but now we are seeing the impact of that hit. And obviously the main beneficiary there has been the Liberals. And so if this continues in other parts of the country, in Ontario, that will be good news for the Liberals. But of course, we have to wait to see some more results. But I'm just looking at the result for Central Nova, which is a riding in Atlantic Canada that we keep going back to over and over again. And you can see there, Vashi, just how much of that spread between the Conservative and the incumbent, Sean Fraser, has increased.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still very tight. I want to go to Todd Battis to get your reaction. We're still waiting, Todd, to figure out if advanced polls will have an impact on this, but this is as tight as it gets for Sean Fraser. Yes, it's a riding that the McKays, of course, held for a very long time, but this is not someone who was not a prominent member of the Liberal government. I mean, he held major portfolios under Justin Trudeau.
Two major portfolios, immigration and housing, and you're right. And at last glance, the lead for Bryson Jenkins of the Conservatives is 279 votes. And it's interesting, I want to go back to something Scott Reid mentioned on your panel earlier about whether those advanced polls are being counted at the same time or if they're still outstanding, and whether that can have an impact on the final results of that, because it is just so close right now in northern Nova Scotia. So that's certainly one where the advanced pollings, if the advanced votes, if those are being counted a little later towards the end, that could have an impact on that particular riding. I'll go quickly to another one, Cumberland-Colchester, also in Nova Scotia. The incumbent, Dr. Stephen Ellis, his numbers have been waxing and waning. He's up 1,000 votes now. We'll certainly keep a close eye on this one because, again, this is one that the Conservatives would dearly love to hold if they're going to have a good showing here in Atlantic Canada. But certainly the star seat, or the star riding so far the night right now, is Central Nova Scotia, and we'll watch that carefully. Okay, let's go to Montreal and Matsumi.
Well, we said earlier in the evening that Trois-Rivières was a riding to watch. The Bloc's got to be worried at this point. All the candidates in this riding, they're not really well known. So what that means is this riding, it's about the parties and the party leaders. It's a real three-way race. Going into it tonight, it was too close to call. Right now, the incumbent Bloc is running third after the Liberals and the Conservatives. It is early yet, but that's not a good sign because this riding is thought to be a very good indicator of what might happen here in Quebec. We'll take a look at the other riding in the Gaspé. We've been talking about that for a while because the results here came in about 30 minutes earlier because it's in an earlier time zone. It's really, really tight. It's been going back and forth between the Bloc and the Liberals. The Bloc has put in a fairly well-known media personality here, Alexis Deschênes, but as we say, it's still really, really close. They're still going back and forth, but overall, especially what's happening in Trois-Rivières and also what's happening in Gaspé, the Bloc cannot be very happy tonight so far. Let's see what's going on in Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Ms. Timmy, we want to come back to the Carleton riding, which is such an interesting one in so many ways. Pierre Poilievre has held on to it since 2004, but he has never seen this kind of competition, at least in terms of numbers. 91 candidates in that Carleton riding where the ballot is nearly a meter long. I don't have the actual ballot here, but I printed out the names. It's 3 pages worth. And we don't have any results, as you can see yet. It's all very interesting because not only do we have that long ballot with all the names on there, part of a protest from a group called the Longest Ballot Committee. They're protesting the current first-past-the-post electoral system. So could be some delays because of all those names. But it also had, Carleton did, the highest voter turnout in advance polls anywhere in the country. So there's a lot of ballots to count. To mitigate delays, Elections Canada said they were going to begin counting those ballots cast in the advance polls 6 hours before polls closed. Extra teams being brought in. But as you can see, we do not have any numbers out of that key Carleton riding where Pierre Poilievre's running just yet. We want to go back over to Toronto in the Greater Toronto Area and Michelle now.
Thanks, Patricia. Well, the polls have closed here in Toronto and the GTA, and we're starting to get some of the numbers rolling in here in this vote-rich part of the country. I want to draw your attention to Ajax. This is a riding we've been watching. This was Mark Holland's riding, not running for re-election. Jennifer McKelvey running for the Liberals in this riding. She's well known. She was a councillor. She was interim mayor of Toronto for a while. She's hoping to keep the seat red. Greg Brady is a well-known Canadian radio host. He has a show, Toronto Today. So far, Jennifer McKelvey is leading, but we only got one of the polls reporting. This is certainly one that could be a battle, and we'll be watching. And then Markham Stouffville, interesting so far. This is incumbent Helena Jasek's riding. Right now, we have the Conservative candidate, a police officer who seems to be leading. But again, it's early days. But it is nice to see some results starting to come in, and I think shortly we'll be getting a better sense of if there are winds of change blowing through this part of the country or if people are deciding to stay the course. We'll send it over to Calgary. Tara Nelson.
Thanks very much, Michelle. I'm just looking at the ticker there. We have one NDP seat on the board so far. There should be a few more coming in as we work our way across the prairies and the results start coming in. There's one I want to draw your attention to in Edmonton, and that is Edmonton-Griesbach. So Blake Desjardins won this in 2021. It was a very close race, one for the NDP, with just a 4% margin, 1,500 votes over the incumbent Kerry Diot, the Conservative incumbent there. He was a two-term MP. He was also a former city councillor. This was a very big upset in 2021. Diot wants it back. He's running again. This could be a very tight race. I am seeing pollsters talk about a group of voters called modest metros, and these are young voters in urban areas, and their biggest concern is their financial future and their financial security. There are a lot of them in Griesbach. So if Desjardins has been able to target those voters and talk to them about what the NDP is going to do to help secure their financial future, he might be able to harness some of that young vote tonight, and that could be what pushes him over the edge. We'll keep an eye on it, but it's going to be a close race. Let's go to Mijong in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. 3 more minutes till polls close here in BC. BC may be the last to vote, definitely not the least. There are 43 ridings up for grabs, many too close to call. If the Liberals are on the path to victory, depending on what happens in the rest of the country, it could come down to BC. The Liberals need to hang on to ridings like Vancouver Centre, home to Canada's oldest MP, Hedy Fry. She's running for re-election. Some say she is unbeatable. Hedy Fry's 83, has been serving in the parliament since 1993. She was a rookie then who took down former Prime Minister Kim Campbell. Liberals are also banking on retaining North Vancouver Capilano, which is held by Cabinet Minister Jonathan Wilkinson. And he won handily last time around. We're also watching Burnaby North Seymour, held by Terry Beach. He's been the MP there since 2015, a career highlight for him, toppling longtime NDPer Sven Robinson in 2019. The main challenger now, though, appears to be the Conservatives. Back to you, Omar, Vashi.
All right, Mijong, thank you so much. Let's bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang, right now. And we're watching the story now developing in Quebec, right? This collapse of the Bloc Québécois, which is something we had seen heading into this, but now we're seeing to what extent this is playing out. Tell us a little bit about the tariff-sensitive areas of Quebec and how that's impacting what we're seeing now.
Yeah, and so interesting because we knew, of course, that the electorally important Quebec, that the Bloc would need to be ceding seats to the Liberals if the Liberals could form a majority government. And we are seeing, thanks to our friends at the Chamber of Commerce, their Business Data Lab calculated the tariff sensitivity of some regions, and some of them are very much in play. So on that list is Trois-Rivières, which is, of course, on the St. Lawrence, right between Quebec City and Montreal. It's super sensitive to tariffs, and it, at the moment, shows the Liberals leading. It's early, but a pretty sizable lead at the moment, and the incumbent Bloc is in third place, a narrow third, but still. And the other two very sensitive places, Drummond and Saint-Jean, do seem to be tilting to the Bloc. So it's kind of an interesting read on, was the message of Canadian unity, of rallying together behind the flag, enough to tilt the balance away from the Bloc in some of these key Quebec ridings? Of course, we're watching it so closely. If you're a Liberal, you have a lot riding on what happens on what it happens in these polls particularly.
Yeah, very much so. And we just wanted to quickly direct your eyes to the screen where we've got an early breakdown of the popular vote at this juncture among the votes that have been counted. The Liberals sitting at 51%, the Conservatives at 39%, the NDP at 4%. In particular, that NDP number, keep in mind we haven't counted British Columbia, but that is low and informing the higher number for the Liberals. I want to turn back to Quebec as we watch more of those results come in, and we can say In the least surprising announcement of the night, Michelle Rempel-Garner in Alberta has reclaimed her seat as the incumbent candidate, very well-known MP in Alberta.
Interesting, actually, Calgary, another one of the very tariff-sensitive regions, but that's not
Different
expected to
reaction.
tilt it towards the Liberals particularly.
If this does hold in Quebec, how significant do you think it is? I mean, I know from, the Liberal campaign certainly was counting on Quebec to be a part of their story tonight.
All of the math that we've seen that showed anywhere approaching a Liberal majority meant the bloc kind of collapsed by at least 10 seats compared to the last election. Have we seen that yet? It's not totally clear, but it's very interesting to see some of these very key ridings in play. When the incumbent's in third place, that says that there's something different in the air.
And we keep talking about this collapse. I mean, just to contextualize it right now, and again, it is early, but at dissolution, the Bloc Québécois had 32 seats and now is leading or elected in 13 seats based on the bottom. The polls closing in British Columbia in 2 seconds time. Amanda, this is another region of the country that we're watching particularly closely for the NDP. But when you look at British Columbia, too, it's not as exposed to the U.S.-Canada situation as other parts of the country are. But still, when it comes to softwood lumber and those sectors, that's big in that part.
In some ways, of course, BC has been suffering from tariffs much longer. Yeah, that's right. The lumber tariffs, but now we have tariffs on top of tariffs. It's a super sensitive issue. But it does, of course, stand a little bit apart from the Western sentiment, which has been a little bit divided over how to manage tariffs. You might get more of that national fervor out of BC here. So it will be, I think you've nailed it. The question will be whether you see the weakness in the NDP flowing to the Liberals. Not much hope for the Conservatives there.
Polls are now closed across the country. This is a big moment. We will start to see more results come in, more definitive of a look at who will form government, who will become prime minister. This is a very early indication. At this juncture, you're looking at some potential seat changes. I'm using the word potential very deliberately because they're based on preliminary results, but we've got the Liberals picking up 14 seats potentially, and the Conservatives remaining stagnant. The Bloc Québécois at a deficit of 10 seats at this juncture. Again, Omar, that is something that we've got our eyes very closely peeled at because that difference there is largely based in the results in Quebec at this point.
Yeah, which has been a fascinating storyline to observe. The magic number, of course, that Heather's been telling us about is 172. That is the number that's needed for a majority government. So we should, over the next little while, get a sense of who will be leading this country and then whether it is a majority or a minority. Let's get straight to Heather Butts, who's been tracking some of this data. Heather, what can you tell us?
Omar, thank you so much. Of course, everything is changing as this evening goes on. As we've been talking about all night, as your votes are counted, that is when we really start to see things unfold. We're going to take a look now at the CTV News Decision Desk projections. As of right now, in this moment in time, projecting the Liberals could get a minimum of 146 or a maximum of 178 seats, potentially, possibly crossing that 172 marker point of a majority government. They also are projecting the Conservatives could get a range of anywhere from 117 to 146 seats. But these numbers are shifting as your votes are counted. Of course, this has to do with historical data, riding demographics, a lot of research, and of course, the numbers that are coming in this evening as your votes are counted. Projections right now also for the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, we're watching that closely. But again, the majority is the number that most parties are, of course, the Conservatives and Liberals looking for this evening. So we're keeping a very close eye on that marker of 172. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And let's head over to Anne-Marie right now. Anne-Marie, you've got a couple of your panelists from British Columbia right now who I'm sure are watching those results, tracking them pretty closely. A good BC delegation on your panel tonight.
That's right. We've got more than half of our panel is from BC. Who wants to jump in here first?
In the last election campaign, the Liberals finished third in the popular vote but came first in the seat totals. Liberals got 26% of the vote province-wide but got 15 seats. Conservatives got 13 seats. NDP got 13 seats. So the dynamic in British Columbia, very regional province, and how the splits are going to go. We see in all the rest of the country the NDP vote has collapsed. In parts of British Columbia, working class parts of British Columbia, on the island, working class suburbs south of the Fraser River, the NDP second choice ballot can be 2-to-1 Conservative over Liberal. But for most of the province, and certainly in Metro Vancouver, the second choice for NDP voters breaks 2-to-1 Liberal over Conservative. So I think you'll see you'll see basically two colors of members of Parliament coming out of British Columbia. You'll see reds and blues. I think maybe a couple New Democrats, Jenny Kwan probably in Vancouver East, Don Davies perhaps in Vancouver Kingsway, Peter Julian if he's lucky, and those will probably be the only three. I don't think Elizabeth May will win on the island, and so it's interesting. You know, all the aggregating polling data that you show out of 43 ridings in British Columbia, they show up to a third of the seats in the province being up for grabs, either two-way fights, three-way fights. Yeah. So as the polls close, a lot of those ridings are going to be very close to watch and very tight to call right up until the last probably 10 or 20 polls.
Arjit, what do you want to say here?
No, absolutely. The NDP vote, a lot of it, I've been talking to a lot of supporters. A lot of them actually have been coming over to the Liberals, very concerned again about what's taking place with President Trump, making sure that we have a strong showing. The ridings to kind of look out for is Victoria for us, something that we've done well in, but we haven't been able to get it across the line before. I think there's a very good opportunity now. Port Moody, James and I know both of you are from there. Yeah. They have an opportunity there. And also, let's not forget, there's also Kelowna. If that flips, that's also going to send a very strong message as well. Steve Fuhr, who's actually running again, he used to be the member of Parliament there. So we have an opportunity there. I think BC is going to have a very strong showing for the Liberals, I believe. And it's going to send a very strong message for the rest of Canada as well.
Pierre Poilievre spent more time in British Columbia than any leader in my lifetime. Yeah. And he had a particular focus on Vancouver Island, and I think that'll show up well tonight.
Well, and what you'll see on Vancouver Island is going to be, I mean, first of all, can I just say how exciting it is as a British Columbian that we could be deciding the election tonight? I think finally, it's about time. We're in Canada. So the Vancouver Island, you look at the bottom half of it, it is tight three-way races. And the Liberals are probably going to do well in some of those ridings. A lot of them are quite a bit, tend to be older communities, and you're seeing the NDP vote really collapse there. Okay. But then on the north part of the island, you're seeing a lot of orange-blue fights for sure, because working class voters, mill towns, old mining towns, those kinds of places where those working class messages really, have an impact. Yeah. But the thing is, if the NDP votes collapse, those ridings are more likely to go Conservative than just about anywhere else in the province other than kind of northern British Columbia. So it's going to be Canada. I heard somebody say earlier, BC is like a microcosm of the whole country. I think it was Scott Reed, and I think that's going to turn out to be true tonight.
I'm going to keep going. I can hear this music, and I don't know if it's like the Oscars where they're going to sing us off or not, but we're going to keep going. Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the collapse of the NDP vote. What happened there, and what were the factors? Is this south of the border? Is this the
Anne-Marie, I just have to interrupt you because our decision desk is just coming up with some data. We are about to reach a pivotal moment in this unprecedented campaign. We are about to make a call. Stand by for major declaration from the CTV News decision desk. This will be your next government. We are getting the results momentarily. Seconds from now, it's a time we've all been waiting for. And there you have it. CTV News decision desk declaring a Liberal win. We know that the Liberals will be forming the next government of Canada. The big question right now, Vashi, is will it be a majority or a minority? And this is a live shot you're looking at. I believe it's at the Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa. I'm assuming there will be some kind of celebration.
They don't know it yet. They don't know it yet, but they will soon. Take a moment, give the Liberals their due. This is a huge moment for the Liberal Party, who were written off the electoral map just 3 months ago, 4 months ago. It's been 20 years since a party has been able to win a fourth mandate. You're absolutely right to point out that we don't know yet if it's a minority or it's a majority. But to come back from the sort of depths of despair that they faced last year and over really the last 2 years, and to be able to pull off a win certainly speaks to a lot of things, not least of which is the presence of Donald Trump and the sort of ascent of Mark Carney, the role, I guess the storyline of him becoming leader and Justin Trudeau stepping aside has certainly worked wonders for the party. Huge impact in Quebec. 17 pickups at this moment in time. 11 seat losses for the Bloc, 5 for the Conservatives. A big part of this story will be Quebec. It will also help inform whether or not this turns into a majority government. We've got Michael Couture live at Liberal headquarters. They don't seem like they know what we just said, Mike, yet, but maybe they're going to find out soon.
Really good reason for that, Vashi, and it's because on the screens behind us, they are not playing our network somehow. We have lodged an official complaint with the Liberal Party, and I'm not saying official complaint, I mean that jokingly, but yeah, certainly I have been texting a number of Liberals, and it doesn't seem like they've gotten the message just yet, but when I was talking to a number of people before coming on, just here before we had declared it, a number of them were cautiously optimistic. That was the buzz phrase going through here, but really they were...
Mustache and beard, now with keratin. Put your best face forward.
The last past decades, I would say that it started under Trudeau and is still there, and they are saying that it will getting worse if Mark Carney is winning. I just met also someone from Romania who actually say that I live under a dictatorship country, and I saw the signs appearing during the Freedom Convoy. So my small interviews are on my Twitter. If you want to watch it, is on the Voice Alexa. And but most of the people are still hopeful. They are really positive, and we will see what it will look like at the end of the night.
All right, well, I see we have some of those videos that you've done. I saw you were talking to one of our friends, Elie Cantan-Nantel, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. One of my favorite guys. He works for The Hub now, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's always interesting, but it looks like you talked to a couple people. Let's play that clip now.
I'm from Montreal. We just arrived to Ottawa. And I hope tonight there will be a change.
I'm from Oxford County, Arpan, Canada's territory, and I predict Conservative minority government. Close call, but I think they'll pull it out.
I live here in Ottawa, and I'm hoping for a Conservative victory.
Oh, I'm hoping that Conservatives win the election. I'm very hopeful they would win. I stay in Ottawa here.
Well, I will say the media is saying the Conservatives are outperforming. I checked on my phone, and they're seemingly doing quite well in the Maritimes. Now, it's the Maritimes, the Liberals are going to be ahead in the Maritimes. But, you know, people are...
Citizen journalists every year in Canada. And it feels good because although I guess one could say, well, Rebel News used to have a monopoly and isn't that good? I have to say, it's lonely to be the only citizen journalist around, especially when you're fighting against sort of the mean girls and the peer pressure of the regime media. But I really enjoy having allies like
Worried a little.
And I'm not saying that they're in league with Rebel. I'm just saying they're nice people and they understand that you don't have to work for the state broadcaster to be a real journalist. So I'm really glad you spoke to them.
And I would say it's really difficult to be an independent journalist these days. The violence that have been displayed in our streets, look at the pro-Hamas march, or those radical Antifa who are occupying the street of Ottawa and especially Montreal. So when you got attacked, you know you cannot count on the police officer. So when you are by yourself, we are lucky to have our viewer and our supporter to chip in to keep ourselves safe. But when you are by yourself, you can pay that amount of money to have a security with you. So I would say he's doing a great job, and I just hope that it would not be injured.
And there's lots of friends here. We have been, lots of friendly faces, lots of people saying, hey, Rebel News, we're so happy that you're here. A lot of people asking for you, Ezra, just FYI next time. But there's a lot of friendly faces, and we may be in sort of like the den of the mainstream media. We know how that went last week or 2 weeks ago. But otherwise, the general feedback, the everyday people here are very appreciative of our efforts and the work that we do, and all of the other independents similarly. There's that camaraderie between all of us. I am hearing behind me that they're projecting at least a Liberal minority government, so That's pretty disappointing to hear, but we'll see as the polls continue to close how that actually ends up. Every time the Conservatives win a new seat and the ticker goes up in the background, the feedback in the crowd, the people are cheering, they're excited, they're happy. So it would have been amazing to see, or will be amazing if the Conservatives win, to see that crowd and the energy and the vibe here just be so uplifting. But we haven't heard any cheers since we've been on the live stream here, and I do hear in the background they're projecting a Liberal minority at least. So we'll see how that all unfolds, and we'll be here until the end, and we'll get some videos and some feedback from the crowd, and we'll see.
Let me just make sure I got one fact straight. So you're saying Rosemary Barton and the bald guy, they're not there in person, they're just on the big screen TV.
Right.
I'm not even kidding. I think they chose not to be there because they were worried that there would be too many rebels, and that is terrifying.
Look, I saw how I was going to say I saw how the CBC van got heckled at a Polyev rally. So I don't think they wanted to risk just having one of their human beings walking in a sea of people who feel slighted because of CBC's taxpayer-funded slanted advertising for the Liberals for the last 9 months.
Hey, let me say two more things while I got you, and then I'll let you go. The riding of Carleton, that is where Pierre Poilievre himself is running, so far, if my website here is accurate, has not reported any votes at all.
No.
But you'll recall that the Globe and Mail and the Toronto Star both said that it was in jeopardy, that Pierre Poilievre was going to lose it. Let's see if that comes true. You can go to the district of Nepean, that's Mark Carney's district. Only one poll has reported so far, and Mark Carney is significantly ahead, but of course it's just 1 out of 229 polls. He has a strong lead, 51 votes to 15 for the Conservative. But I am extremely interested in Poilievre's vote because that was an information operation led by Doug Ford, the so-called Conservative Premier of Ontario, to destabilize Pierre Poilievre. And let me just say it to the world. If Doug Ford thinks that he will push Poilievre aside and become the leader of the federal Conservatives, I would normally not have any opinion about who is the elected leader of a Conservative. I mean, I would have an opinion, but I wouldn't care if someone ran. But for someone to sabotage the Conservative Party in an election, to run an errand for the Liberals, to undermine, and probably cost a few percent in the polls, that is someone that I, just out of moral hygiene, cannot ever let become the leader of the party, let alone the Prime Minister. So I hereby pledge that I will do anything and everything in my power to stop Doug Ford from what I assume is his ambition to lead the Conservative Party of Canada. I don't have a lot of power, but we have a voice, and we'll certainly use it to stop that saboteur. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Yeah, I mean, and also, sorry, I was just going to say, you look at that map, the electoral map, where everything is blue in Alberta and Saskatchewan and the interior of BC. You take us out of the mix, there's never a Conservative government in this country ever again. And if you think that we are going to vote for that betrayer Judas, who screwed the country in the middle of a campaign, he's got another thing coming. We are the fundraising heart for the Conservative Party. We are the reliable vote for the Conservative Party. And if we're not there anymore, it's just, Canada is just the land of the Liberals from here on out.
Yeah, and of course, this presumes that there will be a united Canada in the next election anyways.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you take us right out, that big block of Conservatives right out of the middle, Doug Ford, there's no hope in hell for a Prime Minister Doug Ford. He's absolutely insane if he thinks
By the way, Jamil Javani, with one poll reporting, is in the lead in his district. All right, ladies, we'll let you go. Thank you for joining us live from the party headquarters. Sheila, do we know if we have another guest on deck?
Let me see. Nope, not right now. But we do have a few chats that we can blow through here, Ezra.
Okay.
We've got Rock Island Joe gives us $100. Well, boy, that's generous. And says, Rebel, you guys are awesome journalists at a time when there are very few journalists left. Well, thank you very much. Unacceptable Chinese Gordon gives us $1. It's nice that people can send in as little as $1 here on Rumble. Minimum of $2.79 for a text-based message on YouTube. I might send more over the night. Well, we appreciate you for that. Every little bit helps us here at Rebel News. Rob 128 gives us $6.99. Great job, Ezra. Windsor, Ontario loves PPC. 7 till dawn gives us $10. If you are living in the east and want to move to Alberta, do you just have to buy property to get an Alberta ID card and a driver's license? What's the process? No, you just have to come.
Let me take this next one from Carla P, who
Sure,
chips
please.
in $5 and says, Ezra, I'm a public servant, and I would resign my job in a minute if it would give the Conservatives the election. We aren't all selfish. First of all, I accept what you're saying. And second of all, you are correct. And it is a stereotype to describe civil servants in the way I did. So I stand corrected, and I thank you for that. And let me tell you a little anecdote. I don't know if you saw, but I jotted over to the Isle of Man in Dublin for about 24 hours this weekend to do a study on Mark Carney's tax havens. And when we landed at the airport and came through the border control, 4 border police said, hey, how was Dublin? Watched your videos. Love Rebel. What happens if you, like, and just stopped me, and they were so excited to see Rebel. And I thought, you know what, I gotta watch my P's and Q's, because there are a lot of good people in government, and it is wrong for me to stereotype that way. And it made me feel amazing to have all these border cops stop and chat with me in a friendly way about Rebel News. And I thought, you know what, Carla P, I stand corrected, and I thank you for that. Ty V chips in $10 and says Chinese media outlets and associated state-controlled networks began publishing narratives prematurely declaring Mark Carney as the winner of Canada's federal election. Well, listen, they've been infiltrating and interfering in this election, well, since before it came around. And of course, the inaction by the government speaks volumes. I mean, Mark Carney literally refused to sack Paul Chang even after he called for the kidnapping of a Chinese-Canadian democracy activist, because he's in league with the Chinese Communist Party. I mean, 2 or 3 times during the campaign, a National Intelligence Committee in Canada reported on China's intervention, and Mark Carney sort of shrugged and said, yeah, duh, but they're for me, so I support it. It's quite something. I am Play Chips in 100 smackers. Holy mackerel.
Holy.
Says, thanks for covering the real news and not the fake propaganda news. Cheers, Rebel News. You guys and gals are the best. Wow, that is so friendly. I appreciate that. And there's some more. Sheila, do you want to take the next few ones?
Sorry, did we get the Chinese media outlets associated with state-controlled networks publishing narratives prematurely declaring Mark Carney as the winner of Canada's federal election? Okay, you did that one.
Yeah, I did that one, but there's the next one is from Derek Seed, who chips in $10.
Yes, I see it.
You take it away.
I remember. Yeah, he says, I remember Biden in 2020. He did 6 live events, 12 people showed.
Omista Credit Union has a new home. The former Cornhill Street branch has relocated to 1199 Main.
I see the same thing here, favoring Carney. Quite likely. MD Golf, $10. Watching Singh's dismissal of your reporter's perfectly fact-based, reasonable question was chilling. Bye-bye, Singh. Reading the CBC's retraction was so satisfying. Pasted on your homepage. It was satisfying, but it was not appropriate. And I'll tell you why. Because CBC's own corrections policy says that if you make a mistake, if you spread misinformation the way Rosie Barton does, the correction has to rise to the level of the misinformation. So Rosie Barton should have been made to read a correction live on national TV, the same way she spread misinformation on national TV. But you know what? We'll take what we can. AG Maine 5082 gives us $20. I'm watching from the Hudson Valley in New York. I'm cheating on Viva by watching your stream. Go Canada. Well, thank you so much. We've got Enrique Wolf, $2.79. Thanks for that. And then Nancy, $13.99. Love you, Ezra Barton and the bald guy. Come on, conservatives. You'll just never remember his name, will you?
Or maybe I remember, but I just love saying that too much. By the way, I'm losing my hair too, so I shouldn't be so proud. Hey, let's check. Have we got all the super chats and Rumble Rants?
All of them are back now. Yeah, all of them are done.
Well, I see out of the corner of my eye our next guest, another independent journalist. And before I go to her, I want to just make sure that we've got the super chats done and there's no breaking news that we need to attend to immediately. Nope. All right. Well, without further ado, and I enjoy the fact that we're talking to citizen journalists, and there's so many more of them now than even in the last election 3 years ago, 4 years ago. And I'm so glad of that. And I think it makes a difference. And I think there's also a safety in numbers. And that's relevant to our next guest. Her name is Natasha Graham. She's a citizen journalist from Montreal. In fact, she was assaulted in a terrible way by Montreal police, and we're helping crowdfund her legal defense at SaveNatasha.com. But for tonight, we're going to talk about the election. Joining me now from Montreal is Natasha Graham. Natasha, how are you doing today?
I am well, thank you. I'm feeling better each day, a little bit clearer.
That's a reference, of course, to being attacked by police, which was just absolutely outrageous. Tell me how things are looking politically in Montreal. I mean, normally that city goes Liberal every single seat, but there was some hope that the Conservatives might be able to punch through, particularly, and I don't mean to sound obsessed with the subject, but there's some Jewish neighborhoods there that have really felt the stress of the anti-Semitic marches and the Hamas marches. How is Montreal looking? Is it still Liberal red all the way through?
I think, unfortunately, it will be. Typically in federal elections, in order for the Conservatives to win or a right-leaning party to win, Quebec needs to go between 40 and 60 seats non-Liberal. So in Quebec, because it's so left of center, that typically means either NDP or the Bloc Québécois, both of which are socialist parties. And I'm not seeing that happening tonight. And I'm not seeing conservatives, like great conservative candidates, getting the votes that I'd hoped that they would get. So I think that tonight, the question we're answering really is whether or not the state-sponsored media narratives have been effective at persuading Canadians or not.
I just, while you were talking there, I clicked over to the map, and Mount Royal, which is a fairly Jewish district, and it looks like, in fact, most of the candidates there are Jewish. Anthony Housefather, who I think was a mayor in a previous life, he was the incumbent, and he was sort of a junior cabinet minister under Justin Trudeau. Only 2 out of 204 polls are being reported. So it's very, very early days. But believe it or not, the Conservative is ahead. Now, he's ahead by such a large amount that I have to think this is I think the stat that we're showing right now shows it's 0 all the way down.
Yeah.
But I'm clicking on the map, Efron, and if you click, isn't that funny? Mine is different than yours. When I click on Mount Royal, I see 2 polls. Yeah, yours now is refreshed. 205 votes for Neil Oberman, who's a conservative Jew and a lawyer who's been active against the Hamas extremists. And Anthony Housefather is far back. Now, it's such a large gap, 84% for the Conservative and 15% for the Liberal, that this must be some sort of anomaly, perhaps an advanced poll or some other unique poll, because this obviously will not hold. By the way, the NDP and the Bloc have 0 votes, and the Marxist-Leninists have 1. So this is obviously an anomaly, and I expect this to change immediately. But for 1 second, I'm enjoying the sight of Anthony Housefather losing to a Conservative.
That would be wonderful. He should lose his seat. I was sent some information from various voters in that riding yesterday about what has been going on. I wish that some of it had been brought to my attention sooner. But, it's God's timing, I guess. But his chief staffer gave somebody the finger and stuck her tongue out at a campaign event, and was caught on film doing that. The hostility of some of these Liberal staffers and their lack of professionalism and their unprovoked aggression, and some other anomalies that I've heard about in terms of in the past. Also on an Anthony Housefather campaign, one of his staffers was charged with removing conservative pamphlets, I believe. I'd have to double check. So there's a real issue with his campaigns, it seems, and with the staff that he selects. And I think that if it's a pattern, then that goes to character and a lack of judgment, really, in terms of the type of people that are working with you. If you're selecting people who think that it's okay to do that to voters during an election campaign, it's very telling. And I don't know much about Neil Oberman beyond his reputation being excellent. I haven't met him personally to say. And I just think that at this point, any alternative would be a solid option in terms of Anthony Housefather. And I remember and won't forget some of his behavior, during the Freedom Convoy and during medical tyranny times in Canada. Yeah. So test after test has failed. It isn't just being part of the Liberal Party. It's not rising to the occasion and representing your constituents properly. And then the issues with the campaigns, the staffers, their total contempt for the people that they're supposed to theoretically represent and want to work for. It's upsetting.
Yeah. Well, listen, I look forward to keeping in touch with you, and we're going to defend you on the citizen journalism matters. We won't get into that here. It's great to see you again. Thank you for joining us. And
thank you. I
think we'll be up late seeing how this goes tonight. Natasha Graham, a citizen journalist from Montreal. Stay safe, my friend. I was glancing at some of the other districts in Montreal, and it looks like the Conservatives are losing a few in Quebec. That is never a good sign.
Yeah. I see the NDP vote really is collapsing.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Is there something that caught your eye in particular?
Yeah, the Churchill. That's Nikki Ashton's riding. Now, it's early, but she usually sweeps that riding. It's a real easy win, and she is losing to the Liberal there.
Huh. Kapuskasing Timmins Mushkegowuk, if I'm saying that right. Conservatives leading there. I find that hard to believe. That was an NDP seat before. I don't know. I'm afraid that the Liberals have such a strong lead at this point. Just for history's sake, I'm trying to remember the exact number of seats that the Conservatives had at the dissolution of Parliament. Do you know the answer to that offhand? I'm going to just Google that really quickly.
I don't know what they had.
Because right now they're sort of leading. It looks like in
160. 160. And so right now they need 172 to hit majority territory.
Right.
Because they added those extra
seats.
seats.
Conservatives have and the Liberals have at dissolution.
Okay, let me tell you. So good grief. So Erin O'Toole had 121 seats. Sorry. 121.
Got it. So, I mean, look, the Conservatives were hoping to add, frankly, 100. Yeah, at the dissolution, the Conservatives had 121 seats.
Sorry, they won 119, and the Liberals had 160 in 2021.
And the Liberals
bloc.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll be quiet.
Sorry, at dissolution, the Liberals had 153 seats. So, but the whole point is to boot the Liberals. And right now it looks like they have sopped up the NDP vote. Like some of the numbers I've seen for the NDP vote are just so low, like single digits low. It's incredible to me. Now, how about, I just want to make sure we're not forgetting any guests out there. Efron or Sheila?
I think we might have Rick from the National Firearms Association, Rick Agersich. Is he on the line?
I don't see him yet, but I'll keep an eye out for him. Let's go back to the super chats because I see there's a bunch of super chats and Rumble rants. Okay, there's some fun ones here. Boy, there's a lot.
Holy.
Did we read the Biden one? Did you read the Biden one already?
Yes. Yeah.
And the one after. Why don't you pick up where we left off and then we'll
Okay.
alternate.
So we've got Darcy Peterson gives us $139.99.
Wow,
and no chat. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Goat Farmer gives us $20. Grateful to Rebel always. You helped us fight the fines and win. And was an unexpected pleasure meeting you in an Edmonton elevator last year too. Sheila, that's right. We did. I remember you ended up in the Philippines. You got a quarantine ticket. We helped you out. And then I was in an elevator in an Edmonton hotel with my friend Lise, of all people. And he turns around and it's the guy I helped to fight the fines. And I interviewed you when you were in the Philippines. So it was really odd meeting you in a hotel in Edmonton. So yes, thank you so much. Spectralon, I can't see the rest of this. Spectralon, Trump can come now and save us, LOL. Yeah. Drink Guy TV, $6.99. Friends and family here in Alberta are showing up to vote only to be told they've already voted when they haven't. Serious fraud is happening here. I'm not sure. I also know that Alberta is just a big blue blob at this point. Sammy G313, $27.99, and I don't see a chat. That's very nice. Greenza, $2.79. Libs will get minority. Bloc will have the power. FML. I think that could be the best case scenario is if the Libs form minority government, and minority governments don't last very long around here, except for the last one. Carl's Jr., $6.99. Bring Max on. We need a united Conservative Party federally. Let's not lose Yukon by 200 votes again. Yeah. Jikan Ninja, $2.79. Okay. We'll have the last laugh, Albertan. Yes. And Elisa, $27.99. Is it normal to feel a bit nervous? I took tomorrow off work because I know it will be a late night. I'm hoping for happy tears and not sad tears. I think I will need to bring my crocheting to bed to keep my brain busy. At least you didn't make me say something gross about David Menzies. Thank you. State your bait, JZ, $2. Hatred never wins. Suck it. Haha. Well, you know what? Thanks for the $2. Jack R, $5. Curious why Trump told Carney during their phone call they would speak more after the election. Did they know something we don't? I believe that's always the case. And I think we're all caught up now.
Great. And our timing is impeccable because we have the president of the National Firearms Association waiting on deck. And Sheila, you are, between the two of us, the expert in firearms. So let me hand things over to you to lead the conversation. Go ahead.
Hi, Rick. How do you think this night's going to finish up?
You know what, Sheila? First of all, as an Ontarian, I want to apologize for Doug Ford. He sold us out and threw us under the bus. It's going to be something hard that people aren't going to forget. I think the way it's leaning, I'm just looking at the polls there, it's looking like it's going to be a Liberal minority. Hopefully not in place too long, but we'll see what happens. I frankly, I'm surprised. I really am. I thought maybe the polls would were a little wrong, but they were wrong out east. But they seem to be going right along where they were in Toronto and Ontario. And again, I apologize for Ontario also for having 31 ridings in the size of a postage stamp.
Now, I guess what does that mean for the firearms owning community now? Ezra, I can hear you munching. Kill Ezra's mic.
You know what, Sheila?
What does it mean for us?
Yeah, for us right now, Carney has stated that he's going to continue with the Liberal gun bans, and he was going to shore them up a little more. Definitely no talk about a bio, but he made this statement both in French and English and said that he was going to continue with the gun bans. It's just that, again, we have to dig in harder. If this comes to fruition and it's a minority government, hopefully we can, go at this again and keep fighting the good fight. The NFA is going to stand strong. We're all about our personal property and our property rights, and we're going to stand strong no matter what. We've been fighting hard during this whole election, and this just encouraged us to fight a little harder.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about conservatives is we don't pout. We just, figure out how to work harder and fix what maybe we didn't get right. But also, I think we're going to have the opportunity to see Prime Minister Mark Carney in question period. And based on his debate performance, he's going to suck. And I think the more people get to know him, the less they're going to like him. And I think the more people got to know Poilievre, the more he seemed endearing to people, the more he seemed human. But the more I get to know Carney, the more like a robot lizard hybrid he seems to be. What do you think?
Well, I'm thinking I can hardly wait for Parliament because I think Poilievre's going to destroy him in question period. It's funny because, I was right across the country during this election, and I spoke to a lot of people, and the results in the polls aren't what I was hearing. But then again, firearms owners, mostly, I'm not saying we have quite a few people living in the urban areas, but a lot of rural people, a lot of people. What I noticed during this whole thing was that people were mad that they dropped Carney in. I don't even know if he's a Canadian. I don't know if you guys do or not. Apparently, he holds 3 passports, and yeah, and he doesn't live in Canada. He's got none of his companies are moved to the States. I'm going out of my lane here, but I'm not going to lie. I'm a little mad right now, and I'm going a little out of my lane right now. And I'll tell you. I've been, as you know, I talk to a lot of Albertans, and I know the scenario out there. A lot of rural Ontarians are feeling the same way. Believe me,
I believe it.
That thing you got going on in Alberta, it's definitely migrated to Ontario, and a lot of Ontarians are thinking the same thing. So I don't know what's going to happen. There's a lot of. I was supposed to go to an EDA win party tonight, but I don't think I'm going to attend. It's going to be pretty somber there, and I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like it doesn't make it. I'm baffled. This is the first time in my life, and I've had hundreds, if not thousands, of people walk up to me and ask me what I thought about this election. And I didn't have an answer. You know what? I said, I don't know. I don't know how this is unfolding. I don't have any feelings on this, but what it's looking like. And I'm hoping the West comes on super strong, especially British Columbia. And who knows, right?
Yeah, I think best case scenario, and this is how I sort of felt this morning. Best case scenario is that it's not a blowout in favor of the Liberals. It's a very short-lived minority government. People get to know what a lizard Mark Carney is, and
I'm looking for any interesting ones we can check back in on. Mount Royal's still going conservative a bit, but it's pretty close. Neil Olbermann and Anthony Housefather. That's a micro race where that race only has to do with things going on locally, and that's it.
Yeah.
Canada is within 9-10.
This summer, bring your deck to life with Kent.
And congratulations to Prime Minister Carney. He is my Prime Minister, and I congratulate him on a remarkable turnaround of the Liberal Party to land him his victory tonight. The burden that falls on him now as the Prime Minister of this country, we should never forget the final speeches that Brian Mulroney gave before he left us last year, which is to remind us that the first obligation of any prime minister, before anything else, before you pave an inch of highway, before you pass a law, before you do anything, the first obligation of the prime minister of this country is national unity. And there are some real cleavages and gaps in this country. A lot of people feel left behind. Ron has spoken about how a lot of people in the Alberta and the energy sector have felt left out and beaten up and disrespected for a really long time. And there are a lot of things that Prime Minister
I think James articulated it very well. There's going to be a lot of healing to do. I think the one thing strategically that is going to be difficult is a big part of this win is Quebec. And we know that Quebec is at odds with the energy sector. And so how will Mark Carney balance that out? He owes a lot to Quebec. Quebec, you know, we've talked about all of a sudden there's a consensus on pipelines. Still that's another cleavage. It's east and west. It's not just rural and urban. It's not just young and old. So we've got some things to heal. And I think when we look at the results, you know, even if you look at Doug Ford's results in 2025, if Pierre comes in at 30 over 30,
.46, 10 of 220, 42 of 88.
Yeah.
So this one's probably looking a little more like they're going to call it soon.
Yeah.
35 of 181. Now, the Conservatives are in third here, so I don't think the Conservatives stand a chance of getting Manitoba blue. But down here,
Look at how close that is.
51-23 to 59-62, and only 70 of 210 polls.
We're not done yet.
Somebody just said it. Even if this goes the way of Mark Carney, the sun is set in some parts of the country today, not in all. The sun sets and it comes up tomorrow. It's a new day. It's a different day.
We'll still stand strong.
Smomoto, $5 super chat. Liberal minority with NDP. The sway would be like the worst Groundhog Day hell. I despise Singh more than Trudeau. I hear you. They'll have to change Twisted Sister song to We're Not Gonna Make It. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
On as Conservative leader.
Obviously, Elections Canada has been counting those ballots for a very long time. They got special dispensation to start much earlier in the day. Oh, David's got a long ballot with him.
Oh, and Tyler B says, wondering if we do get a minority government, will the NDP have enough seats to vote with the Liberals? Seems like they took a big hit. Yeah, they certainly did. It just depends on how the math works out. If the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois can come together to vote against the Liberals and have more votes than the Liberals and the NDP together, well, then that would be a situation where the NDP's influence would be far less. That's for certain. It would be far, far less. Although I don't think that any party would, in the short term, take the plunge to push us immediately right back into another election. I think that would swing voters against that party if they were to immediately trigger another election in this minority government, if it is a minority.
So while we may know that the Liberals are going to form government, we don't yet know whether it's going to be a majority government or not. Those by-elections that we were talking about, this happened in Toronto St. Paul. We hosted a by-election special there and with LaSalle and Marvin. It was 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning before you got results. Now, with a leader and a seat on the line may go faster, but they had to count tens of thousands of these.
Yeah,
that's the challenge we're up against.
I do have to say that those numbers that we saw there with a Liberal advantage, it's because the advance polls were counted first for that riding. So let's not, no one's going to suggest here that that's the direction this is going to take. Arif, you wanted to say something there?
Well, I think it's interesting. You showed that photo of the folks in the conservative room, and the concern that I have is actually what it's going to look like that first Conservative caucus meeting. What I'm getting at, Rosemary, is that in terms of expectations, the expectations were quite large on the part of Pierre Poilievre's caucus, that he would deliver them into government, minority or majority, but he would deliver them into government. They have this legislation that we deal with all the time as parliamentarians. First act of a caucus is to decide on the Michael Chong, the private member's bill about what we're going to do.
If you want to get going, Andrew Coyne's ready for this conversation.
But it's an interesting conversation because I just think what we've seen after consecutive elections is Andrew Scheer turfed, Aaron O'Toole turfed. So Pierre Poilievre is concerned with his caucus and the expectations. And I would hear about that on the floor of committees, Rosemary. I would hear about it on the floor of the House of Commons. People measuring the drapes on their future ministerial offices. That has not happened tonight. There's going to be unhappy Conservatives.
Sure. But let's see. If he improves the Conservatives' results from the last vote, which was 128 with redistribution, he's at 133, 134 here. I don't know. It's possible that some people will want to let him. He could say this is a partial victory if he holds them to a minority. I don't know. I'm just saying. Andrew, you went in, and then I got to go to Catherine here.
One thing to measure the drapes, it's another thing to measure the coffin. I mean, it's maybe a little early for that. I think it will depend in part on whether it's a majority or minority.
Totally.
I think you absolutely are right that if he comes out of this with 40% of the vote, he would have bettered Stephen Harper. The other question is, he's got such a lock on the base of the party. Can you really take him out even if the caucus decides?
Yes, the party
caucus
is
congratulate him on a remarkable turnaround of the Liberal Party to land him his victory tonight. The burden that falls on him,
and we're just gonna move our votes over there. We saw a lot of block ridings go over to the Liberals as well tonight, and I want to reassure Rona on her concern with regard to Quebec, because something incredible happened over the past few months. Because François Legault had been categorically opposed to pipelines across Quebec and now is open to discussing it. There was a huge LNG project in the Saguenay that he had said no to categorically, and he says he's now open to discussing. So I think that is one of the things that Carney has brought to this discussion. He said this is about building the Canadian economy for all Canadians, and Legault knows that there's a whole sector of aluminum that's particularly important in Quebec, but he's not going to try to say, well, you can't help the auto sector, you got to help me, or we've got to say no to the energy sector because you got to think about me first. That's one of the sea changes that we're seeing operate tonight. For the Bloc to drop 10 seats or so tonight, that's huge.
All right, I've got to interrupt the panel. My apologies, but we have a very significant declaration to make at the CTV decision desk. We are projecting now a Liberal minority government, a Liberal minority government. They will not, we don't anticipate, cross the threshold of 172 seats, setting up a fascinating dynamic over the coming days and weeks when you consider what our panel was just talking about, Omar, that precipitous drop in support for the NDP, translating to a big decrease in seats. Even though the Bloc sees a decrease as well, their significance in the House of Commons just went up by a whole lot.
And so the question now for the Liberals is, who will be their dance partner? They'll obviously have to reach across the aisle on major initiatives. And this is,